The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within. How much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fate making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is truth? What is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fate. They don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go. You visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. And from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. Wrong to the right and to the dark from the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life, this race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision. Keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been there once since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fight, never had to steal and rob, cause I do good business. I'm too good with it, and even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing, but I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I won't come in last place in my life, no.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome. Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic. Every Tuesday, we're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
What's up? What's up, y'all? Y'all already know what's up. It's your brother, Humble Mystic. Hey, listen, this one couldn't wait for the Cave of Knowledge, y'all. I had to bring this straight to y'all. This man, Kosmon. Tonight, I'm gonna show y'all, once again, why there's levels to this. Right? Why people just be on the internet and they yapping and they just used to people yapping back just with a bunch of nonsense. You got yourself in some trouble with this one today, Kosmon. This gonna be the video you would have wished you would have never presented. I promise you that. We gonna get into it. So the other day, brother Kosmon dropped this video. Right? Naturalism, the subjective belief, Jehovah Chronicles. Y'all know how he like to do the methodological naturalism, Jehovah Chronicles. Right? Kosmon, you not ready, bro. This presentation right here, and let me be clear, because a lot of people get flack for actually critiquing other people's work, not the person themselves, but the work. This presentation was trash, bro. I'm not calling you trash. I'm not using no ad homs against you, but your body of work is trash. Your body of work was very misleading, very informative, misinformative. In the words of the great Dr. Clark, whenever you open your mouth, you show me what you do not know or understand. Every time. And we're going to get into this. Every time you open your mouth, you show me what you do not know or understand. So first off, in the brother's presentation, because we're going to do this as well. Because I got some fallacies to point out. So the first thing y'all will notice, right, in this video right here, right, we're going to get into it. And the first thing y'all will notice is he's going to give you a misrendering of what the definition of methodological naturalism is. Let's get into it. I was trying to skip all that. Let's get to it, family. I don't know why my thing went act crazy today.
Has nothing to do with the objective reality.
Come on, bro.
In the world, because your point of view ain't even objective. It is not backed up by nature at all. All
right.
So with that, being said, you know what I mean? We just gonna go ahead a little bit. You dig what I'm saying? And let them know.
They can't coming, creator can't coming, turning up the light and watch some boys start running. Let me tell you something, man.
My laptop is acting. Yeah, she ain't trying to play. Let me stop sharing for a second. Let me go back to my presentation. I got my presentation and whatnot. Let me share this. I know what's going. There you go. I had to make sure. I'm like, where I'm at. I'm working with a new laptop, y'all. So I'm over here trying to just getting used to this. Sometimes these setups look a little different. But all right, bet. So now I'm gonna share my screen, family, so we can get into this. For some reason, when I share my screen, my YouTube acting real wonky. It was not acting like that earlier. But as you saw, even in the beginning, right? He tell you that methodological naturalism is a subjective belief, which is completely false. I literally have a presentation that goes into philosophical naturalism, which is a worldview, which methodological naturalism is just a method of that worldview. And he seems to think, which shows his level of understanding about methodological naturalism, that this is a subjective belief. So let me come and recorrect the notion of and really show y'all what methodological naturalism is. And family, I want y'all to go do your research. Just because I got this up, you go do your research. Methodological naturalism is the principle that science and academic investigation must restrict itself to observable, testifiable, and natural mechanisms without assuming the existence or intervention of supernatural entities. Family, do that seem like a belief system to you? Is that a belief system? Let's get into it. Like I don't know. Like that's and so how was his presentation misleading? Because he first started out giving you a misinformed definition of what methodological naturalism is. I don't care where you go, you're not going to get that definition. And so I don't know what his aim is. I think it's to shadow away from the fact that he's caught up in a belief system. But he's one of those people, one of those religious people that throw a rock and hide their hand. I'm going to try to point you out for being a believer and having faith and all of this because you believe in science. You just don't believe in God. But I'm going to try to hide the fact that I don't believe. Where we start doing that at? Let's get into it, family. Let's get into it, right? It says it's a procedure, not a worldview. Let me repeat that for the people in the back, for the people like Kosmon, who just failed to grasp the coherence. Methodological naturalism is a procedure, not a worldview. It acts as the ground rule for how to conduct empirical research. Not belief, not faith, not any of that other stuff, but empirical research. Science look for natural explanations for natural phenomena because natural causes can be measured. Let me say it again, family. Natural causes can be measured. Jehovah can't be measured. Jesus can't be measured. Yahweh can't be measured. El can't be measured. Allah can't be measured. So when we're dealing with science and naturalism, we're dealing with things that can be measured, both tangible and intangible. It can be measured directly or indirectly. Just because something is not tangible does not mean it is not part of the natural world. Gravity is not tangible, but we know it's a part of the natural world. Let's get it, man. Listen, it can be measured, tested, and independently verified. That's the key right there, family. Something that can be independently verified. See, as a naturalist, I don't care what you believe. Your belief don't verify if it's correct or not, if it exists or not. That's not how this works. Your belief in Jehovah does not make Jehovah an existing thing. That's just an imaginative framework that you believe because you can't test it. Now let's get into the actual framework or worldview of methodological naturalism. It is distinct from philosophical or metaphysical naturalism. Go back, family, on this right here, y'all. Let's see, I did a presentation, philosophical naturalism, humans' oldest way of knowledge. Whereas though I show you that I'm a philosophical naturalist. That's my worldview, right? And while philosophical naturalism is my worldview, I use a method called methodological naturalism. So I hope Kosmon, I hope this cleared up for Kosmon. He won't keep coming on here with all that riffraff talking about making up his own definitions for naturalism and methodological naturalism and all of that. I hope I just cleared all of that up. Put a 1 in the chat if it makes sense to you. Philosophical naturalism is the worldview asserting that only the natural world exists and that supernatural entities do not exist. Hold up, family. I thought he said that this was a belief system. I thought he said this was subjective. Let me read that again. Philosophical naturalism is the worldview asserting that only the natural world exists, meaning what's measurable, what's testifiable, right? What's deductible, was independently verified. The natural world exists, and the supernatural entities do not. God, angels, the devil, heaven, hell, all of these things. These are supernatural phenomena, so to speak. Methodological naturalism, conversely, does not make a metaphorical claim about ultimate reality. Hold up. We're going to get it as we get into this presentation. We're going to realize that, man, listen. I want y'all to note right now, family, that methodological naturalism does not make an ultimate or does not make a metaphysical claim about ultimate reality. It does not say that there's a finite thing that ultimate reality is. It does not do that. It simply adopts the practical boundaries. Practical. That's something else for Kosmon to go look up. Go look up the word practical, Kosmon. It simply adopts a practical boundary to keep inquiries grounded. Why do we got to keep inquiries grounded? Because we got ignorant folk running around talking about God this, God that. No, it ain't God. It's Jehovah. No, it ain't Jehovah. It's Mo. Like, this is why we got to keep some type of logical view. We got to keep some type of groundedness when we're talking about the reality and the essence of what we call real in existence. Because if not, we know some lunatics out here that'll take these concepts and just run wild. So when you ask Brother Humble, well, why do you follow methodological naturalism? Because it keeps me grounded in realism. Let's get into it, right? It say it to keep inquiry grounded in evidence that everyone can observe and test. Not just Humble Mystic, not just Quantum, not just A1, not even just Kosmon, but everyone, which means it's objectively true. They're looking for objective things, not subjective things, Kosmon. Again, you need to learn your definitions between objective and subjective, bro. Let's get into it. Fallacy 1. And I promise you, I want to play these. I want to play my video if it's not acting crazy. But fallacy 1. Misinforming on methodological naturalism. The claim naturalism is even if I can't get the videos to work, this is what he say verbatim in his video. Naturalism is a subjective belief or a chosen rule of the game rather than an absolute empirical truth. He say that at 1330, family. Naturalism is, I just gave y'all the definition of naturalism. I gave y'all the definition of methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism. And I didn't give y'all my definitions like Kosmon did. I gave y'all the philosophical definitions, which if you was to go study the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, this is what you would find. So let's diagnose his category error, right? And false equivalence as well. Kosmon says that methodological naturalism is subjective belief, right? What is subjective belief? Personal conviction, intuition, unverified faith. This is what subjective belief is. How does methodological naturalism operate in reality? In reality, methodological naturalism deals with empirical observation. Empirical observation. Testability. You can't test for Jehovah. You can only have faith in him. See, when you don't have no empirical evidence, when you can't test something, when you can't peer review something, then you can run around making claims like, oh, Jehovah is the universe. Jehovah is you can make Jehovah whatever you want to make Jehovah. Because there's no proof that Jehovah even exists. But he wanted to say that methodological naturalism is a belief and it's subjective. Crazy, man. Subjective belief. This is what Kosmon is saying now, right? University varies widely by culture and individuals. This is what subjective belief do. So we deal with the Hebrew Israelites, we deal with the faithism, the faithists, the OWASP. We deal with the Christians, we deal with the Muslims, we deal with these people, we deal with that people. This is subjective belief. What does methodological naturalism deal with? Methodological naturalism produces consistent results. I don't think you can say that about your Jehovah. I don't think you can say Jehovah produced consistent results. If so, then we should have some of those results that we could testify if Jehovah exists or not. Cross-cultural results. Medicine. Jehovah ever produced any medicine? We ever got any medicine from Jehovah? We ever got any medicine from Yahweh? We ever got any medicine from Jesus? We ain't never get no medicine from none of these people. What about engineering? What about architecture? No. But methodological naturalism produced these things. Not your OWASP, Kosmon. OWASP can't produce those things. Right? Subjective belief claims ultimate metaphysical truth. What does methodological naturalism do? Stop strictly at the edge of what can be measured. Physicists Pinnock and Dobbs-Kaczynski. Now, this is important, family, because we already, if you are into science, right, even a little bit, then you know one of the major sayings in science is just because we can't measure it now don't mean that we won't be able to measure it in the future. So what do methodological naturalism do? We work with the tools we have now that measure what we can measure now until we have the tools to measure other aspects of reality in the future. This does not mean that we measure, and then say, oh, well, you know what? We're not going to even try to measure the supernatural because we can't. And that's not because we're making a metaphysical, truthful claim or no category. No, because it doesn't exist here. Simple. That's just logical. I want to try this again, family. I really want to try this again before I move on. Because I want y'all to hear some of the things that some of the stuff this man was saying, man. It was crazy. Hold on. Nope, it ain't working. Still ain't working. It ain't coming up for some reason. On accuracy. Apologies. My apologies, family. Let me get my stuff ready. My laptop is moving so slow today, and I don't know what's going on, bro. And I really don't like it. It ain't trying to let me play my videos. It ain't trying to do none of that. All right, bam. See, look, like my background just got in. I don't know what's going on with my laptop moving too slow. But here I come, bro. I'm coming back. All right. But yeah, y'all see, I just tried to play the video joint and it wasn't, you know. All right, come on. All right, here we go. So this way I stopped at. My apologies, y'all. Let's keep going. All right. Another fallacy he did in his presentation, right, was he conflating assumptions with dogma. So he said at 1654 in his video, right? Methodological naturalism treats the universe as a closed system or a closed loop as is an unproven dogmatic assumption, right? So one thing you'll notice is throughout his presentation, he'll use the word assumption. And he'll keep using the word assumption. And he'll use the word assumption in a dogmatic way. Now, for the ones who understand science, you know, for the Roy Chesses in the world, we grasp the concept that a hypothesis or an assumption, right? Even a scientific theory, all of these work in the realm of provisional, testable boundaries and conditions. Is required by the conservation laws of physics to measure and interacting, right? So, and is open to refinement. So we know that assumptions, when we're talking about science, is just not just some guess. We know when you're making an assumption as a scientist, you are dealing with the information that you already know. And then you say, okay, well, then you make a prediction. Well, this is how this should come out. This is how that should come out. Right? So how he was using assumption is in a dogmatic way. Oh, well, you're just assuming absolute truth, unquestionable faith, held in spirit or without physical evidence. This is how he was using the word assumption. As they was just willy-nilly throwing the word, oh, well, I just believe this. Oh, well, I start with this belief. Oh, nah, bro. That right there showed me that you don't understand anything about how science is conducted. Empirical science at that. It says science restricts the study to testable interactions without ruling out the unknown dogmatically. Supported by physicist Sean Curl and philosopher Mario Bunge. I bet you he don't know who they are. He don't know who they are. The diagnosis, fallacy of equivocation. This is called a fallacy of equivocation, family. When you are equivocating one word to, or one definition to a word and think that that's the only way that word is used. If that's the case, you done shot yourself in the foot, Kosmon, because you make the assumption that Jehovah exists. Now, the difference between your assumption and my assumption is I can scientifically verify my assumptions. You can't scientifically or in any scope of reality verify your assumption about Jehovah. Let's get into it. In the field of science, assumptions do not function as blind, unverified dogma, as I just went over. The kind found in uncritical belief systems. Instead, they act as provisional boundary of conditions or methodological working assumptions that allow researchers to construct functional, testable models of the universe. Wait a minute now. So you mean to tell me without these methodological assumptions, researchers couldn't even conduct functional, testable models of the universe? So we need these assumptions. So what I need you to do, Kosmon, is to go back and figure out what is a scientific hypothesis, what's a scientific assumption, and then research how it's different than a general assumption that's based off of blind belief and unverified dogma. That's what I need you to go do, bro. Listen to this. Here's how an assumption actually works in the scientific practice. 1. Operational framework, the rule of the game. Science cannot measure everything at once. So scientists establish clear working assumptions to isolate variables. For an example, treating the physical universe as an operational closed system for mass energy allows physicists to use conservation of energy laws. This is not a dogmatic declaration that nothing outside the system could possibly exist. Rather, it's a necessity boundary rule. If something cannot interact with the physical system in a measurable, repeatable way, it is outside the domain of empirical investigation. Let me say that again. If something cannot interact with the physical system in a measurable, repeatable way, it is outside the domain of empirical investigation. Which means if this Jehovah existed and it is outside, well, he'll tell you it's natural, but if it's natural, then it should be able to be measurable. We should be able to measure it repeatedly. If we can't do that, it's outside the domain of empirical investigation. So I guess Jehovah is out of the question. So let's throw Jehovah in a closet with the rest of the religions, right? Because we can see this already ain't looking good for the OWASP and the faithists out there. Let's get into it. Fallacy 3, low scientific literacy and the Hubble misinformation. This man, at 3052, this man claimed the Hubble tension proved naturalism math fails and that the universe gained energy, debunking foundational assumptions. This what this man said. I wish it'd let me play. Because if it let me play it, y'all will hear how ridiculous he sound. The diagnosis, misunderstanding of cosmological scale and scientific division. The scale of resolution, 90%. 90% degrees of verification cosmological modeling, general relativity, and observable cosmic microwave beta data background. So, we know that 90%, right, is verified by cosmological modeling, general relativity, and observable cosmic microwave background data. The 10% Hubble tension and active statistical discrepancy between early and late universe expansion measures, right? The reality, an ongoing empirical puzzle to be solved through refined data, collaboration, not a collapse of a worldview. Astrophysicist Adam Rees, right? So let's get into this. What's the 10% discrepancy that Kosmon just couldn't figure out what they were talking about and you know going into the 10%, right? Watch this. There is roughly a 10% difference between what method A predicts the expansion rate should be and what method B actually measure it to be in our local universe. In precision science, a 10% mismatch between two methods that should equal the same thing is a very big deal. Why is it not a failure of naturalism or physical law? Critics like Kosmon sometimes point to the gap as proof that math isn't mathing or that the universe is breaking its own rules. However, astrophysicists such as Nobel laureate Adam Rees, who helped pioneer these measurements, explain that this is a normal part of scientific discovery. This is how we find stuff out, man. I know y'all listen to Shout out Big Brother Unc, by the way. Hey, I'm pretty sure if he watched this, they'd be like, hey, look, man, humble over there on that scientific stuff. But one thing we know by looking into science is the fact that this is how science works. Trial and error. They study everything. Some things they get wrong, some things they get right, but they use it all to get more precise in the future. It's called scientific discovery. And what is an astrophysicist, a Nobel Prize laureate? Adam Rees say, this the person who pioneered these things. What did she say? This is a normal part of scientific discovery, which means the 10% difference to a person who don't understand science will say, look at this is they draw all these conclusions because they don't know anything. But then when you actually go into and you study the field and you see that, oh, this is how they make their scientific measurements. And of course, what does Roy Chess always remind us of? Scientific leave room for possibilities. They don't work in absolutes. So because of that factor, right, one of the things is you're going to have little discrepancies like the 10% joint with the Hubble tension. But it did not break physics. The discrepancy usually point to a hidden variable, minor collaboration error in our instruments, or an incomplete understanding of how certain stars evolve, not a sudden injection of magical energy or the collapse of physical law. Like Kosmon was trying to do, man. Go back, man. Listen, man. Kosmon terrible. He don't understand this. This is why I say this is like a undergrad in college talking to a first grader. Right? He just coming with things he believe he know. He's working off the his assumptions, his beliefs, right? But he really don't know what he's talking about. And these are simple studies that and this is why I always tell my family, don't believe me. Go back and do this research for yourself. Screenshot this, right? Go look this up. Go do the research. What's the 10%? What's the da-da-da? What he talking about right here? And it's going to tell you the same thing. Because I'm not talking out the side of my head, out the side of my neck. This is something that I've studied. I can go back and bring you the evidence for this. Science it says science is working, not failing. The only reason we even know about the Hubble tension is because our instruments and mathematics are precise enough to spot the difference. What? Hey, I bet Kosmon ain't got no comeback for that. The only reason we even know about the Hubble tension in the first place is because our instruments and mathematics are precise enough to spot the difference. Scientists are actively gathering more data and refining their tools to figure out why the two methods don't match yet. This is how science is conducted. Kosmon to have you believe that people are just in a building making guesses and then making things true. Making guesses and then making things true. That's not how things work. There's a method, Kosmon. I know they probably don't have one of those in which you would call the OWASP and the religious movement called faithism. Y'all don't have a method for that. Y'all method is called belief. Y'all method is called transcendental channeling. That can't be verified. That can't be proven. Let's get into it. Fallacy number 4. The genetic association fallacy. At 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 36 seconds, Kosmon claimed, because early naturalists like Spinoza, y'all know I rock with my boy Baruch Spinoza, that's my guy right there, and Dewey had religious upbringings, modern naturalism is secretly a religious in disguise. So your historical background does not undermine the objective empirical truth of invariant natural laws. That's not how that works. I used to believe in God. I was religious when I was younger. Now I'm a naturalist. And so those two upbringings for me don't affect it doesn't affect the equation of gravity, right? It doesn't affect the conservation of energy law. It doesn't affect how objective scientific ramifications of the world operate, right? It doesn't affect the realm of chemistry. It doesn't affect the realm of biology. Just because I switched my worldview, the objective reality is still the objective reality. I just switched how I looked at the objective reality. The validity of a scientific method is entirely independent, Kosmon, of its contributors' personal histories. Which means just because Baruch Spinoza grew up in a Jewish community, it didn't stop him from looking at the Jewish religion and the Bible for what it really was and excommunicated out of the community. That didn't stop everything that happened with Baruch Spinoza that happened. This is supported by intellectual historian Jonathan Israel. Let's get into it. Once again, 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 36 seconds. This is what Kosmon states. Philosophical naturalism do not emerge from a natural secular vacuum. Baruch Spinoza was raised in a strict traditional Orthodox Jewish community. John Dewey was raised as a devout Christian. Here's the fallacy. Genetic and association fallacies attempts to invalidate an idea, right? So all of what they put in the science, he's trying to invalidate that because he's saying they had religious upbringing. He can't do that because their ideas and their input into the community, into the scientific community, is not based off of their beliefs. You know what? I want to cross-reference that with a lot of people try to do that with Kemet, right? A lot of people try to invalidate the intelligence of Kemet because they was working within a spiritual system along with a natural worldview. So they'll say, well, the Edwin Smith papyrus is, we can't take that, right? A lot of their little palettes and things, we can't take that. They got spells and stuff on them. But that doesn't take effect the way that they knew how to build the pyramids. They knew how to navigate canals. They were great at metallurgy and engineering, right? They understood botany. This is what this brother is trying to do. Oh, well, they were Christian and they were Jews. Did that take away from the fact that they was finding out scientific discoveries about what we call reality? Absolutely not. Empirical reality, truth, is independent of personal biographies, right? Spinoza's philosophy, Deus Nivasora, stripped away supernatural counterparts in favor of invariant natural law, which means that Baruch Spinoza said, well, you know what? If I'm going to study the natural law anyway, I don't need to believe in the supernatural to understand what's natural. And so he stopped being religious. Criticizing the method by its historical figures is like calling geometry a religious belief because mystics studied it. You got to do better, Kosmon. You got to do better. Now, this comes to the end of my presentation, family. And I'm gonna leave room to bring people up. I can't wait to have this conversation. But I pose a challenge to Kosmon, right? The challenge, Kosmon, you claim naturalism is a subjective belief and that your framework, or WASP, is superior. I demand one, just one, falsifiable, empirical, verified, scientific prediction or theory that was originated by Owaspi. This theory and prediction must be testifiable by today's standards of scientific methodology. Show us the evidence, Kosmon. Don't come up here talking theology. Don't come up here talking subjective interpretation. No rationalization. Just science. I want to see the evidence, Kosmon. And so, family, also, I'm gonna stop sharing this. And we're gonna pop up we're gonna open up the what's calling right now. And so I really wanted to get to that video. I really wanted to get to that video. Because oh my gosh, come on, man. We gotta stop freezing and stuff, bro. I dropped the link in the comments. Come on up here, y'all. Hold on. All right. Come on up here, y'all. I dropped the link in the comments. Hey, y'all, let me know what y'all think about the presentation. I apologize. I actually had, listen, I gotta, Tuesday is gonna be much better. I'm gonna make sure it's much better. I don't know what was going on with my internet and my little laptop, but it wasn't trying to let me pull up. It wasn't trying to let me pull up the video, because in this video though, family, man, Kosmon say some crazy stuff, bro. He really say that methodological naturalism is a subjective belief. And so, family, I don't know why I just presented it, but I really want y'all to go and do y'all research on what this stuff is that this man is talking about. And then Tuesday we got coming up, we gonna go in on a Owaspi. I'm tired of sitting here teaching him about methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism and ontological naturalism. We clearly see he don't have that type of understanding. We clearly see he don't. So what I want to do is I'm going to press on Owaspi for a while. And I want to we learn from Owaspi. Hey, listen, I ain't even bring half of what I know about Owaspi. Listen, man, Owaspi gets scary, family. And I know y'all don't know, because when Kosmon be talking, he be trying to science y'all to death. But man, hey man, you can find all type of stuff in that Owaspi, man. You can find Jehovah talking to humans. You can find Moses in the Owaspi Bible. You can find the Greek version of Jesus in there. You can find all type of stuff in that Owaspi Bible, man. It's crazy. It get wild. It get wild. Hey, what's up, brother Omar? What's up, my guy?
Yo, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing good.
Okay, so I came on a panel play a little devil's advocate. So
Okay.
here's it. So and the reason I'm doing this is because dealing with OASP, I know how it can seem somewhat spooky, but I didn't come up here to tear my brother Kosmon down. I came up here to actually to somewhat, even though I don't believe in it, but to somewhat play devil's advocate, to entertain and to actually have my brothers back. And this is what I mean. Okay. So when you're dealing with OASP and the Book of Jehovah and all those things, now, does can OASP contribute to good behavior, good methodology? Yes. Does OASP and those brothers have any ill will or ill intention? No. Now, even though I disagree with it, I'm actually coming up here, like I said, to play devil's advocate and to somewhat entertain that during your presentation, you still have no right to try to shit on OASP. And this is why. This is why, Brother Humble. When you look at brothers like Kosmon Cal, and brothers like Selah Shalom, do those brothers run around doing bad or evil or disrespecting their brothers? No.
Real fast, Omar.
No.
Real fast. I gotta stop you real quick. This conversation is about Cosmon's understanding of what naturalism is. We ain't talking about his moral rights and how he act, and we're talking about his understanding of naturalism.
Fair. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to pull up the definition of naturalism, and then I can cook off of that too.
Okay.
Pull up that definition. I want everybody to see this.
Right there.
Can you please read it? It? Naturalism.
Naturalism is a philosophical worldview associating that all phenomena can be explained by natural causes and laws without attributed agencies to supernatural forces. This is the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Methodological naturalism. Methodological naturalism is the principle that science and academics investigate must restrict to
No. Stop. Not methodological naturalism. I just want the basic breakdown of.
I just gave you what naturalism
was. No. The basic, not the basic breakdown of naturalism.
Okay. I just gave it to you.
Hold on. Let's isolate that. Let's isolate that. Okay. Naturalism and naturalism only. I don't want no other methodological naturalism, just naturalism alone.
A philosophical worldview asserting that all phenomena can be explained by natural causes and laws without attributing agency to a supernatural force. This is from the Stanford Encyclopedia.
I got you. Stop. Now, the thing why it's hard for you to comprehend OASP is because what you're doing is you're looking at the breakdown of OASP as far as when it dives into certain what you would define as certain aspects of being supernatural, like what, like JBN getting his outlook from when he said that he got the outlook from a so-called divine force by way of him writing it down via typewriter. So when we look into this aspect of naturalism, I think OSP can contribute to that. And the thing is, you would have to bypass these certain aspects.
I mean, but that's the issue with the WASPy. The moment you say that you got a message from a divine figure on a typewriter, you now got to prove that. You can't just like, what? That don't make sense. That don't happen every day. What do you mean? And then you can't say it's on a typewriter. So now what we can do, the same thing we can do with that Bible, the same thing we can do with that Quran. Now we can put the writing,
Listen.
right,
No.
under
Listen.
scientific investigation.
Humble. To be fair, I don't. This conversation strictly OSP and them. I don't want to talk Bible. I don't
We
know.
ain't talking
Listen.
Bible.
Listen.
Hold on,
No,
Omar. Hold on. I
brother
don't want to
humble.
mute you,
Brother
Omar.
humble.
Hold on 1
No
second.
Bible talk. No
One
Quran talk.
second. Hold on. So, dang, I need A1 to come up here and put the thingy up, bro. I need to put the thingy up. Hold on, y'all. So, yes, I am a presenter today, but I'm also the host. Listen, when I stop, I don't want y'all to think I'm disrupting y'all. I don't want y'all to think that I'm trying to cut y'all off and be mean to y'all. I'm literally trying to establish order. And Omar, I get where you coming from. We ain't talking Bible. We ain't talking none of that. This conversation is about Kosmon's inability to understand what naturalism is from a philosophical point, from a methodological point. He did a presentation. This is why I wanted to show the presentation so y'all can see how everywhere he was. In his presentation, in his presentation, he showed you how little, how ill-equipped he is to have a conversation strictly about science, just about how little he know about the philosophical worldview of naturalism. And you know why that's an issue? Because whether you are religious or strictly scientific, or whether you are just all in between, wherever, we all objectively practice naturalism within all of our everyday lives. All of us. And so naturalism isn't something that is like, oh, well, you choose to be like he was trying to say in his presentation. Oh, naturalism is a science that you choose to believe. No, that's not how naturalism works. Naturalism is just observing and measuring and testing what we consider to be things that exist. And if Jehovah existed, we could test it. If the angels, right? I can't remember one of his sons existed, we would be able to test that. If Isus, we know that's just the Greek word Jesus, but if Isus was a historical person, we would be able to test that. We would be able to have some rectifiers of that. But on the account that we don't, then how can, let's go back real quick, fam. Let me show y'all something real quick. My question to Kosmon, right? And this actually goes back to what Omar was talking about, right? The scientific challenge to Kosmon, right? Kosmon claimed naturalism is a subjective belief, and that OSP is a superior framework than naturalism. If that is so, then I demand one falsifiable, empirically verified scientific prediction or theory that is original to OWASP. This must be testifiable in today's standard of scientific methodology. I don't want no theology. I don't want no subjective interpretation. Right? I want him to come and answer if we can go to the Owaspy Bible and we can find any validated scientific theories, which I know we can't. But it's fun to see him try. He want to come with that, oh, well, the Owaspy Bible was the first to talk about the vortexual galaxies. No, that's a lie. They've been knowing about they've been talking about the galaxies with spirals since the early 1600s. And it ain't come from no Owaspy Bible. So these are the things that we got to deal with. We got the brother Kosmon up on a panel. What's up? What's up, Kosmon? What's up?
Yeah. Anyways, man, that was real dry, and you dig what I'm saying? And this is a real.
Dry.
This is and all right. I'm just coming to ask you a question. You saying you demanding one falsifiable, empirically verified scientific prediction that Owaspy predicted and talked about before anybody knew that that this is how it says it is, right? And that Owaspy is the first to tell you that. Well, Owaspy is the first in 1881 to tell you that the moon. Hold on. I don't need no help.
Hold on, I'm muting both of y'all. I don't want y'all to get into it. Omar, he talking, bro. He defending.
Yeah.
No, brother.
I
just wanted to say something before Kosmon.
I know, but hold on, wait.
Hold on.
No, I'll be quick.
No. Wait till I'm done.
Hey, Omar.
What you gotta say?
I don't want to have to kick you off, bro. Just let him wait. We good.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Wait.
Okay, cool.
So,
I shut my mouth. My bad. I shut my mouth.
I just want to give this one empirically verified scientific prediction by Owaspy before science even knew this was here. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Right? Owaspy told you about this years before science was able to prove that this was true in 2019.
I want to don't
right?
move it.
Okay,
don't
so
move it.
here we go. Right here. Share that on the screen. Here's one of the predictions and one of the statements of Owaspy. And see, a lot of people, because they don't read and they think because one thing exists in one way that all things must exist that way, right? So and a revelation is just an astounding way to reveal anything. You dig what I'm talking about? So this is one of the predictions Owaspy gives. This is just one. You dig what I'm talking about? But it says wider. This is in the book of Jehovah 3 and 4. Wider than to the moons of a planet, I have created the border seas, and they carry the moons also, meaning that the moon is in the atmosphere of the earth, being bound by Earth's vortex or its atmosphere, right? Owaspy was telling y'all this in 1881, right? Science wasn't able to even prove this to 2019. Look, surprise, Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. So to all my flat earthers out there that be saying that NASA lied about going to the moon, in fact, they did, right? Because whether they went to the moon or not, they never entered space, and they knew it. So look, surprise, Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. This wasn't figured out to science till 2019. Tiny wisps of the Earth air stretch way out into deep space, far beyond, or what they say is deep space, far beyond the moon's orbit. A new study suggests the moon flies through Earth's atmosphere. Study lead author Igor Balukin of Russia's Space Research Institute said in a statement, sourcespace.com. Right? So outer space is immediately outside Earth's atmosphere. The moon is in the orbit subjected to the vortex and atmosphere of the Earth, not in outer space, right? Owaspy was letting y'all know this in 1881. It was empirically proven, amongst other things. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, the slander is just the slander, you know, but once you actually read it and you know what you're talking about, and you're not just making baseless claims because you're a biased, racist prejudger of text. You dig what I'm talking about? And people. You know what I mean? You know, I think the low vibratory characterization of JVN or people who read Owaspy lets you know the overall spiritual rate and character of the people you be dealing with, right? My overall statement was naturalism, right, as a whole is an assumption because its base assumption can't be proven naturally, can't be proven in nature, can't be observed, can't be measured. And that is the closed loop system. That is the assumption. Naturalism. Now, he wants to try to separate. Now, if you notice this, he'll try to separate methodological naturalism and ontological or philosophical, but still use the ideas of philosophical in methodological, right? So, you know, instead of trying to, you know, buck dance around any of that or even argue those points, your theory can't stand now because you can't prove your main theory that this is a closed loop box. Time doubles down on itself, restarts itself, and we're in this closed loop system with an edge to the universe, right? That is an assumption that can't be proven and is being debunked every day by some of the most high technology that man has to offer, right? So the predictions of naturalism have already been debunked. You dig what I'm talking about? So I'm not here to argue anything about naturalism. Right. I was just here to show you that Owaspy makes these claims that naturalism ain't figure out till Owaspy told you. You dig what I'm talking about? You didn't know that till 2019. Owaspy dropped the information in 1881. Right. Other than that, there is no debate. Naturalism can't stand.
Okay, so hold on, Kosmon. We got you. So now I get that was strike one for Kosmon, right? He came up here, said he was going to answer the question, and he talked about how Owaspy in 1882 talked about the moon orbited the Earth, and he said we didn't know that until 2019.
Y'all see how he said that?
Let's do something.
Did I say that?
Hold on, Kosmon.
No, you know what? You just gonna
what you say? What you say? What you say? What you say? What you say?
Be here.
I'm gonna give you time enough to correct yourself. What did you say?
No, you correct yourself. You said that I said that y'all didn't know. You're either you're dumb or you're just lying. Which one is it? Because I never argued, and who would argue that the moon doesn't orbit the Earth? That's stupid. Why would I even say that, dummy? Anybody can look up there and see that. So I would never say that. You're an ignoramus for even thinking I would say that. So what I actually said was that Owaspy predicted and told y'all in 1881 that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Now debunk it or shut up.
First off, okay. So now this the double speech right here. I didn't tell y'all that Owaspy predicted that the moon orbited the Earth, but what I did tell y'all is that the Owaspy Bible predicted that the moon was in Earth's atmosphere. Bro, that's the same goddamn. No, shut up. I gave you time to speak, and when I did get matter of fact, hold on, because we got something for that now. Hold on, we got something for that now. Watch this.
Yeah, you ain't got nothing for that. I just proved
that. Why my laptop moving so
right,
slow?
Bro.
Oh my gosh. Hold on for a second, Kosmon. All right. We got something for what you just did, Kosmon. Hold on.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points. Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even... Mr. Madison, what you just...
My thought, y'all. I told y'all, my laptop over here looking crazy, man. It's being crazy. What's up? We got Kazard in the building. But we're going to start playing that when brothers come up here with these incoherent arguments about just irrational stuff, family. My man said, why would I argue that Owaspy predict that the moon orbit the earth when that's idiotic? What I did say is Owaspy predicted that the moon was in the Earth atmosphere before. What? That's idiotic incoherence. Idiotic incoherence. Because if you said that Owaspy predicted the moon was in the Earth's atmosphere before anybody else, and that's why I brought this up, then really what you're saying is that Owaspy predicted the orbital zone of the moon way before the scientists that was going around way before that. And that's why I was going to read this. I ain't even going to bring it up no more. He ain't even worthy of it no more, man. That's crazy, bro. Crazy. What's up, brother Kazar? What's up, brother Kazar? Hey, he got to try another day. He lost this one. He got to try another day. What's up, brother Kazar? What's up with you?
What's going on, Mark? How you feeling?
I'm doing good, my guy. I'm doing good. We just up here chilling, having some good conversation.
Yeah, man. I came up here to smoke on that Kosmon pack, but he got the hell up out of here.
Yeah, you know he was gonna get up out. He can't take the heat in the kitchen, bro.
Cause he always spewing that Owaspy. I'm still waiting for a primary that speaks to this Owaspy. I'm still waiting on the culture that, you know what I'm saying?
What you need to be getting on his top about is you need to be telling him stop taking Moses' story, man. He took Moses, that Owaspy Bible got Moses' story in it, bro.
You ain't even let me finish.
I'm snitching. Go ahead, cause
you ain't even let me finish. I'm still waiting on the ancient culture. He talk about all these ancient people and man, where is these people at in any archaeological record? Stop playing with us. Like, ain't nobody listen to no Owaspy nothing. You ain't doing nothing but getting up here with a remixed version of all these ancient cultures and ancient texts work, and up here trying to spew it like you up here producing some science. Nigga, stop that crap. The same way you was up here talking about the Michigan relics. Yeah, oh yeah, let's show this. Hold on. Let's Oh my god, this guy's a clown. Hey, what's going on? Omar, Shalom, Mark, how you feeling?
Omar in the comments. Hey, you need to talk to your man Omar Kazad, man. He up here. He said, hey man, let me just defend the brother real quick. Nah, hey, listen, y'all Hebrew Israelite brothers better stay out of the way of them bullets, man. They ain't for y'all.
Oh, hey man, he a grown ass man. He want to defend.
Don't get shot trying to defend another man. I'm telling you.
No. Hold on.
Hey, Humble, share my screen when you get a chance.
Hold on, right quick, Humble. First of all, I gotta say shalom to my young Israelite wolf. Yo, that boy Kassad is a fucking animal. That's my younger bruv, and he know I got much love for him. Where you been at, Kassad, man? How's work going? How's life been going, brother? Because I know you be a busy man, so you know how's everything been going, bruv?
Oh, I've been chilling, man. Trying to catch the Ritter Frontier. I was just over on the other platform. You know, I ain't saying I know the politics thing working and stuff, so I ain't gonna say the names. But I was just over there. Had to smack up on Morpheus and them and that pseudo New Testament stuff they over there trying to push and stuff. With Elder Yara. So I had to go beat them up on that real quick. I had to punch up on God Energy. Your brother over there with that nonsense.
You better leave my brother alone, cause
Hey, much love. But
y'all already know. I just had to give a shout out to my brother Kasai, because for the most part, me and brother Kasai probably agree on probably a good maybe 95-90% of things when it comes to biblical scriptures. We may have a few discrepancies, but guess what? We discuss those things behind closed doors. And that's why I love brother Kasai, you know what I'm saying? But Kasai, did you see? Have you seen my work? Because I'm going up against Oli right now. I'm going up against my brother Oli. Against Oli wants to defend the goddamn white man, and Oli wants to defend not holding them accountable for their hand in slavery. And then I pose the question, what is the formula for judgment and punishment? What is the punishment and what is the judgment? Should I be ditched out for their hand in slavery? Because this is his point. His point was talking about holding people accountable on an individual basis, when I specifically laid out the format and I showed the evidence that we was judged as a nation. And even though it was Israelites that didn't keep the law, and there was Israelites that actually kept the law. And even when it came to the so-called black man, the so-called niggas who got put on cargo slave ships that came up over here, did we not get punished as a nation, as a whole? So because we got punished as a nation and as a whole, should the so-called white man not get punished also as a nation, rather than being punished on an individual level? I brought out scriptures. You already know I hit him with the scriptures. And I hit him with the historicity of it too. So if you can just quickly give me your outtake on that, and then I'll mute out and y'all could talk about the OSP or whatever. But I just wanted your personal output, because I don't know if you heard me and the good brother Oli and me and the good brother A1 going at it. And then A1 also said a thing about so-called grape in the Bible, and how when the Israelites went to war, on how they saw a woman and took them back, shaved their head, and humbled the woman down, and how that woman became his wife, according to the biblical scripture. But I just want to hear just a little bit of your feedback. I don't want to take away from this conversation, but I do want to hear my brother Kassad feedback, because I value Kassad's point of view as him being my brother.
First with the thing, because you mentioned a great thing, but as far as the Oli thing, I mean, he on some humanitarian, save everybody, punish the person that did it. That's his thing, man. That's how he want to answer it. Honestly, I would love to hear how he would deal with, what I'm saying, the generational part of it. I want to know how he gonna punish the individual that's dead. You get what I'm saying? And now his children and their children has benefited and reaped the spoils off your back still to this day. I want to see. I want to hear how he is supposed to make that even. I want to hear, because what are you gonna say? Give us money that we got to go and spend with them. Okay, give us. I don't know what you want to say. Give us some land that we still, what I'm saying, got to go to them for weapons and security. And I would love to hear his justification of how he's going to make us whole. So that as far as the grape thing, I would kind of just speak more with A1 on that, because different people got different ways that they go at it. So I've been in and out listening to it while I'm at work. So I will have to talk to him directly with that.
All right.
So I don't see the the whole the woman go. I don't see that as great, honestly. I heard him talking about like the sex slave thing, all that stuff. It don't make sense because him making her his wife, she get more rights than what she would have been if he would have just kept her as a slave. It don't even make sense.
Thank you, Kasad. Thank you.
Anyway,
thank you.
All right, Kazan, can you move into your presentation?
Hold
No,
on.
hey Omar, hold on 1 second. You already just deterred us from the conversation,
this
bro.
is all. This is all. Listen. This
He
is all I
answered your
wanted to
question,
say.
Omar.
Humble. Calm down, brother. So, to my brother Kasad, I appreciate your input. Thank you for bringing that input on. I'll mute out, brother, but I appreciate you, Kasad. Much love and respect.
Right.
Shalom, Mark.
Go ahead, just moving on your presentation, bro, or whatever this is. I know it ain't no full presentation, but breaking this down. Go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to get up here and clown the nonsense that the Owaspy cat. See, y'all call him Owaspy. I'll call him OASP. That's because
I'm taking that, bro.
They ain't nothing but.
That's because he got gay stuff on his mind.
Hold on, cause
he thinks about gay things.
Old ass and P. That's all they book is. They book is old ass and P. That's it.
You nasty.
So yeah, so y'all see.
Hold on, cause I don't want to mute you, bro. You gotta hold on, bro. He's speaking.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just saying that's nasty.
His God ain't got no. His God ain't get.
Go ahead.
That's that old Aspie book. That's that old Aspie guy. Hey, y'all didn't see him get up here with this foolishness before, talking about the Michigan relics. And look at this, man. Look at this. What does it say? The Michigan relics, the Soper frauds. Look at the other names for it. The Scotford frauds, Soper frauds. And this is what he get up here and present to y'all as scholarship. How can anybody take anything that this man says serious? Bro, look. Humble. Hey, go back and forth with Humble. Humble is way better challenge than this nigga will ever be, bro. Like ever. Hey, why he is he crying? This nigga crying.
I don't know what he's doing, but hold on.
Hey, this man crying in the corner. Hey, listen. It says, look, the Soper frauds was a series of alleged ancient artifacts that were discovered during the late 19th and early 20th century. They were presented by some to be evidence that people of an ancient Near Eastern culture had lived in a peninsula of North America, now known as the U.S. state of Michigan, prior to the era of Columbian contact with the New World. Many scholars have determined that the artifacts are archaeological forgeries. The Michigan relics are considered to be one of the most elaborate and extensive pseudo-archaeological hoaxes ever perpetrated in American history. And this is what this guy get up here and try to present to y'all as scholarship. This is what he tried to get up here and present to y'all as evidence for his old Aspie God. This is what he bring to y'all. This guy is nothing but what we treat him as, a goofy. In better terms, a pure goofy. Now,
okay, so now that we went to the ad homs and the disrespect, let's show some actual. Because I just showed that
we need to
hold
see.
On,
okay,
Cosmon,
I mean, already didn't debunk.
We need to see some archaeological sources, some actual, not none of your scams, not no more of your pseudo stuff. No one's listening to that. I see you don't pull that Max Mueller source no more as a source for your
Max Mueller, definitely.
So once again, if you can go ahead and actually pull some real sources, some real primary sources for that old Aspie book that you keep pushing. On the people talking about some science and talking about some chronology and talking about some archaeology. You don't know
everything that Bible ain't got.
You're pseudo. Now go ahead.
Everything the Bible don't got. So as I was saying, see, this is what they try to do, right? And if he actually was not an ignoramus and would read Owaspy, it tells you in the very first page, don't cherry pick it or you gonna create a thing of cognitive dissonance. I told him the sign of the creator is one of the oldest depictions ever. And it's everywhere, all around the earth. And that is one of the depictions of the vortex, or the great spiral, or the circle with the cross sign on it. These are petroglyphs, thousands of years old, written by a culture they don't even know nothing about. Right? These are from the people, you dig what I'm talking about, pre-Puebloans. Right? We see the sign of the creator written right into the rocks everywhere, man. You dig what I'm talking about? This is not just in America, right? We see these petroglyphics, the great spirals, everywhere, right? He just don't know what he's looking at, and he's ignorantly speaking about things he don't know nothing about. I'm sorry, brother. This is everywhere. You dig what I'm talking about? This is in people's culture all throughout America. Hold on, let me show you. Let me show this. All throughout it. Right? We see these ancient petroglyphs everywhere. Sedona, Sugar Hill petroglyphs. Right? They even saying right here, spiral is a real Native American symbol. Anyway, you know, it's an American symbol. And it's a sign of the creator. Right? Whether you knew about that or not. Right? We see it everywhere. Right? So, you know, you can giggle and laugh, you know, that we call that pit that you're in right now. And while you're giggling, cognitive dissonance. Right? I didn't make none of this up. Right? You think there's not the sources for everything it says? I think there is. Right? Because these things can be understood. They're just ancient. And Owaspy ain't wholly new. These things were new at, like as it say, were known to different people at different times, at various times, far apart from each other. You dig what I'm saying? Not just in the time that they were revealed. I'm just saying, man. You know, y'all got a lot to say, but the brother couldn't debunk when I simply came up here and showed you that Owaspy told you in 1881 the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Can't debunk. Why not debunk that?
Debunk
right?
that. You debunked it. You
can't.
debunked it.
You can't.
You debunked it. You debunked it. I just sat here and I was about to screen share and read something that showed you even in ancient times they knew about the relationship
that the Earth was in, that the moon.
Hold on, Kosmon. The relationship between the moon and the Earth. You just said, you sat up there and said, wait a minute, I didn't say nothing about the moon orbiting Earth. I said, or Owaspy predicted that the moon was in the Earth atmosphere. What does come on? That's double talk, bro. I understand double talk, but that's a fallacy. Because if you know that
y'all did add orbit. Hold
on, Kosmon.
No, he's lost.
Hold on. If you know that the moon is orbiting the Earth, then you know that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. No, they had this understanding way before 1882.
No, listen, okay. Now,
so you're just why you didn't want me to hold on, Kosmon. I'm
gonna let you finish, bro.
Hold on. So why you didn't want me to read the presentation? Let me cam up. Why you didn't want me to read the presentation?
Man, he keep gish galloping, man.
Hold on. First off, hold up. Listen, y'all know how I be acting, bro. I give all y'all on here opportunity to talk, bro. I'm up here talking, and listen. I'm right now. He talking about gift gab. I'm making a whole lot more sense. I'm actually making more sense for his argument that he can't prove. So it benefits him to be quiet, so then he can come up with something rational to try to say against what I'm saying. Because right now he's doing a bad job. So why he didn't? I'm gonna bring it back to the stage. So why he didn't want me to read what I had brought up? The one thing he did admit to is that ancient people knew about the orbit of the moon around the Earth way before Owaspy. This already indirectly indicates that they must have known that the moon was close enough to the gravitational pull of Earth to then orbit the Earth. Those two things go together. He didn't say, no, I said Owaspy predict the moon in the atmosphere of the Earth, but not orbit. That would be a stupid. So then both of them are stupid. You just straw man yourself.
Well, okay, now that we heard you out. We heard you out. Hold on, listen. That is a terrible. Listen, that is a terrible point. Because first of all, he straw man that whole point. My whole point was that he brought up, if you bring up his thing, give us one empirically proven thing that Owaspy states and predicts. I showed that it predicted that the moon was in our atmosphere. Science didn't teach us that in the 1980s or the 1990s. You're lying.
Yes, it was known.
You're lying.
Okay,
so hold on. I was quiet. You're lying. Show us the scientists that in ancient times told us that the atmosphere extended far beyond the moon. Show us that. I say you're lying, right? And you don't got no sources to back you up. Go ahead.
Hey, Humble, let me respond to real quick.
Go ahead. Get it in there while I get this. My laptop is active.
Hey, y'all. Listen, this all y'all should have been hearing while Kosmon was talking.
This class on the floor. I'm never gonna be in this position.
See, he keeps saying orbit.
Y'all should have. Y'all should have been laughing.
Yeah.
Y'all should have been laughing y'all ass off, man.
Earth's atmosphere.
Why is he talking over me, man?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Why?
Right. Hold on, Kosmon, because I was talking.
Yeah. Y'all should have been laughing y'all ass off. This man didn't Google rock art in America.
Except everything I said is
Why is you talking?
Because everything I said is scientifically backed up, y'all, man.
No, everything you say is
Kosmon, I don't want to have to keep muting you, bro. Hold on. Hey, listen, I know we are, but let's have something to call. Hold on. Go ahead, because
everything you say is pseudo and buffoonery, bro. Just the same way you said Max Mueller, you ain't bring that source back up. The same way we just proved your Michigan rubs was fiction, you didn't come back and bring that back up, bro. No one believes nothing you showed. I'm doing this just to laugh, and everyone can laugh at you, bro. No one believes nothing you showed, except for the Owaspy dudes. That's what you don't get. This is your information is garbage, bro. Put that rewritten.
I said it in my presentation, bro.
Put that rewritten, rework, reculture, redo everything that's under the sun, mix it together. Think they got some new ass book down, bro. That shit is garbage. Now, actually present some sources, please, my guy. Like, can you actually? Hey, what is the study of fucking Owaspy called? Like, come on now. Ain't no scholars ain't no real scholars out here putting their credentials on the line for no Owaspy, nigga. Stop playing with me. Ain't no real scholars putting their credentials on the line for no Owaspy. OTK, you got a bad echo. Got a bad echo. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, man, stop playing with us and actually present some real scholarship. Stop talking in a circle. Stop talking about what Owaspy said, because nobody cares what it says. Actually pull up a source. Like, what are you talking about? Now the whole time,
you sound like Goofy. A goof.
Says the guy that can't pull a source. Hey, so listen.
I've been pulling sources all day. Y'all can't debunk that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Owaspy showed you in 1881. Y'all can't debunk the simplest stuff.
Hey, yo, he is terrible.
Y'all think y'all found it out in 2019? Now y'all smart, huh? Man, y'all get punched on. Y'all look stupid. Everything I said is backed up by science. Hold on, let me share my screen.
That's not true.
Y'all look dumb. Y'all look dumb. Debunk this.
That's
man.
not true, bro.
Why don't you just debunk this?
And you have, and we just
You look
did,
dumb.
bro. We just did.
No, you didn't. You didn't. You agreed with me. You
What?
agreed with me that Owaspy is the primary for the fact that it told you that the moon was in Earth's atmosphere. You agreed with me.
No.
Who agreed to that? Who
Right,
agreed
who
to that?
agreed to that crazy?
Who agreed to
Humble.
that?
Science agreed. It don't
agreed to
matter
that
if you
craziness?
niggas agree.
Humble,
Science
you agreed to that?
Science agreed.
You was up here
And
this whole
Humble
time.
did. Humble just
So
argued my
what is
whole
you
point.
making? What is you making shit up for? No one believes
Humble
you, bro.
argued my whole
Pull
point.
up a source.
I
Pull up a
did.
source.
I did.
No, you did not.
Show it again. Share my
Pull a
screen. All you gotta do
source.
is show it again. It was here before your long face got on here. So let me show you.
It's cool.
What,
Pitbull
hold on, let
face
me show
ass,
you
it's
again.
cool.
Share my screen. While they
No, I
talking,
take that
I'm
back. You ain't
showing
no-
I'm
you got a
showing
French
actual
bulldog face.
scientific
You-
work. While they're talking, I'm showing the work. Share my screen and hurry up.
Hey, you gotta act nicely, bro.
Hurry up.
You gotta act nicely, bro. You gotta act nicely to show your screen.
Hurrah.
You can't tell niggas hurry up.
Put a little pep on that.
It's terrible.
Put some
Like
pep on
this.
that.
Come on.
Right?
What's the
Come on,
Y'all
bro.
can't,
Come on,
y'all
get this
can't
out the way.
debunk
Get
the
this out of here.
scientists. Y'all give me y'all opinion. That's all y'all do is talk about belief all
That's
day.
not a
I ain't
source.
talking about no belief.
That's
I'm
not
talking
a
about
source.
scientific, empirical data that
That's
you
not a source.
can't debunk.
That's not a source.
Right? Aha, Owaspy, read it and weep.
That's not
Wider
a source.
than to the moons of a planet. Wider than the moons.
That's not a
I
source.
have created the vortices, and they carry the moons also.
That's not a source.
So does that admit that, or does that exclude orbit? No,
not a
dummy.
source.
We're talking about that it moves within the atmosphere before science could even fathom it or even could prove it. Now, again, let's
That's not
go
a
down and
source.
show the science. Here's the source.
That's not a
here.
source.
Shut your face.
That's not a source.
Shut
though,
your
bro.
face.
That's
'Cause
not a source.
surprise, cause sad, cause you sad,
That's
right?
not a source.
Cause you won't do no. Cause
Let's
you
see. No,
spooky
time out.
and you're
Hold on.
stuck
Let's
in
see if
belief.
Let's see if Cosmon got
Let's
some
see if
comprehension of what
Cosmon-
this says.
Let's see if Kosmon.
Go
let's see
ahead,
if
go
they can
ahead, go ahead,
debunk this.
Kosmon.
Be quiet. Cause see, surprise, right?
That's not a source.
Cause see, y'all didn't know this. Y'all did. Science didn't even figure this out to 2019.
No. See,
Watch
listen. All
this.
right, look.
Hold
Time
on, be
out. Time
quiet.
out.
No.
I'm being nice, bro.
No.
Come
Be
on,
quiet,
cause
bro.
I mean not cause
I was
I
quiet for
apologize.
y'all.
Come
I
on,
was
you
quiet
gotta
for
read
y'all.
this though,
Just
bro. You can't
debunk
beat around
this.
the bush.
All you got to
You
do
can't
is be
beat
quiet.
around the bush.
Everybody know that I'm punching on you, and now you're crying because you can't debunk.
You ain't
science.
saying nothing though. We trying to let you
Shut
get
up.
to your point.
If you shut up, I'll tell you. That means that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. So, Owaspy let you know in 1881. Yeah. Science didn't figure it out to 2019. Did you know that tiny wisps of the Earth air stretch way out in the deep space, far beyond the moon? Right? Debunk him. Here's his name.
All right.
This is from space.com. I know it hurt, but just take it. Igor Balakin, right? From space.com. Mute up.
I said, hurry up. Come on.
I'm the only one up. And see, this is why I don't like arguing with these dudes, because I'm up here just teaching and they just giving me about their beliefs and their feelings.
Hold on.
Listen, be quiet.
You don't get to put a source up on a screen. Then
damn,
transliterate
I
the
can't even
source.
say
Hold
shit.
on, Cosmo. Hold on. See, we ain't doing that, bro. Hold up. We not doing that. You don't get to put a source up on a screen, transliterate the source, and then we go, and then you filibustering, and now all we asking is, bro, let's see if you know how to comprehend this source. Hey, Kazad, did that source say that the moon was in the atmosphere of the Earth, or did it say the Earth's atmosphere extended far beyond the moon?
Man, to be honest, the nigga didn't even read the source. The fuck's we talking about?
He didn't even comprehend what the title of the source was.
Like, bro, what is we talking about? That first of all, hold on. Let's stop calling it a source, because that ain't even a fucking source. That's not a source.
That's a fact.
That's not a source. Let's stop calling that a source. That's not a source.
And just to know, and just to know, real fast, I gotta cam up real fast, bro.
Hey,
I don't,
hey, humble.
Hold on,
humble,
1 second. 1 second.
Humble. Hold on. I'm gonna mute back out. To be fair, I disagree with Kosmon, but y'all haven't given him a fair shot to get his information out. Y'all have to be quiet. Listen to him to actually debunk it. Because guess what? It's easy to debunk. I agree with that. I highly disagree. But to be respectful, I've been listening. Y'all been cutting that brother off. That's all I gotta say.
Been cutting. Hold on. Okay, so that's exactly where I'm about to go with.
Y'all gotta let him talk.
Hold on. See, that's what I'm saying right here. Hold on 1 second. See, that's what I'm saying right here, bro. I know I'm a good host. I know I'm cool. We be rocking. I know we don't see a one up. Hold on, Omar. Hold on. I know we don't see a one up here. I know we don't see Quantum up here. I know we rocking up here with Humble today, so we get to get off for free and things of that nature. But everybody who's been watching this channel been knowing that we've been having a huge problem with people cutting each other off. So, as the host, hold on 1 second, because I got you. As the host, what I'm trying to do is bring structure. Bro, Omar, you're not about to sit up here and say I didn't let this man get ample amount of time to say what he was saying. This man had plenty of time to say what he was saying, and I responded. And every time I responded, he filibustered.
Let me say something. Hold on, Omar. Let me respond real quick, please.
See, even now, real fast, because real fast, like even now, right? I got y'all, but as the host, I don't be just like how A1 be like, yo, I don't be wanting to get into it with back and forth for y'all. Yo, I know we up here. I know we rah. I know we rah. You see what I'm saying? But y'all know I'm one of them hosts that I like to sit back, and one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let y'all get it off. I'm gonna let 4 or 5 of y'all get it off before I get it off. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I gotta say what I'm saying. Everybody up here just witnessed what Kosmon was just doing. Bro, I wasn't being unfair to him. Yo, you know I'm gonna let you talk, Kosmon. But now when I want to talk, you don't get to interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you. And then when I just want to know something simple about if you can comprehend what you put up on the screen, now you filibuster. That's what's not fair.
And let me say
go
this.
Ahead. I land my plan. Go ahead, Gazard.
Please, let me say this.
Welcome back, OTK.
Brother Omar, I understand you said the last time I was cutting him off. Now, let me say this. The moment he got on the panel when it was my turn to speak, and every time I spoke, he cut me off. Did he not? Exactly the point. The first time he spoke, I did not say nothing. I actually waited, and Humble got in. Humble and him start going back and forth, and I asked Humble to get back in. The first time he spoke, I did not say nothing. Every time I spoke, he kept being disrespectful, talking over everything that I was saying. And 2, he did not show anything that I asked him for. So therefore, every time anything else that he showed,
was being disrespectful, dog. You was calling them out their name, bro.
OTK.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. I literally just got telling y'all, yo, we just got done having big issues with people cutting each other off. Kazard was just in the middle of talking. Y'all gonna get a chance to talk.
Kazard,
land his claim.
Stop talking. Calm
Kazard,
down.
are you done?
He cut me off. You literally just heard
I know he cut you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
Salaki.
Oh, my fault. I might have a lag. I thought he had stopped. Thousand pardon. I thought he had stopped. My fault.
I did it. No. It's Omar. I did it by mistake, Salaki.
Okay, most definitely, y'all. Let's get
my
into
bad, Kazard. No, my bad. Thousand pardon. Yeah, thousand pardon.
Right. You after Kazard, and then we got Omar. We got OTK and then Omar. Go ahead, Kazard.
The first time he showed the same stuff he tried to show us the second time and everything, that stuff is not a source. We already show us what we're asking for. We're done playing the pseudo. We already called you out on every little pseudo thing you're trying to show. So the pseudo judo nonsense we not listening to. We know what actually sources is. This is the Titan Debate League, my brother. We know what a source is. We know what an actual scholarly article is. Can you share my screen, Humble, please? Can you share my screen?
Yep.
This is an actual source, bro. Written by actual scholar with citations and stuff. You don't. This is not nothing to play with. This is an actual source. Do you not see right here? What you see this title? What? Hold on. Let me zoom in. What is this? What does it say at the bottom of this down here? JACF Volume 5. And I got the rest of the sources and all the scholars that wrote on this. Kenneth Kitchen writes in this. Frank Yurko writes in this. Mm-hmm. This is actually a source. This is actually source. This is actually scholarly material. We ain't gonna play with dude up here showing us a Google article, then talking about some OWASP. That's not a source. Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing the victim game. He was very disrespectful the entire time I talked. So I don't like how you try to flip that. And I did not speak the first time he spoke. I spoke the second time he started interrupting. After he interrupted me every time I spoke. Like, don't play the victim game for the brother. We ain't doing that.
Mad respect for Kazar for that. Mad respect for Kazar. Go ahead, OTK is on you.
Yeah, hey, man, peace and love to you, Humble, man. 1,000 pardon. Omar, peace and love to you. Peace and love to you, Shazar, too, man. Y'all already know. Man, I'm a peacekeeper, man. You know what I mean? I smoke Indian peace pipes. I'm all about trying to keep the peace. You know what I mean? I got my Indian peace pipe, man, out, man, so we can just get it into the information. Because I love the information rather than all the sarcasm and all the name calling. Hey, bro, Shazad, don't act like you didn't start it, bro. You called the OWASP out of their name, bro.
Old ass P.
See, and then you reiterated on it. So therefore, right there, that's disrespect off the jump, bro.
Brother, I understand.
No, hold on. I'm just giving my thoughts. I'm just giving my thoughts, Shazad.
Hold on, Kazar. Hold on.
I'm just giving my thoughts. Now, what you brought up and what you bringing forth, bro, I have nothing wrong with that. That's something you and Kosmon and them boys, you know what I mean, and the creator gang gonna have to handle. You feel me? But I just don't like all the name calling and stuff like that, bro. Like you too smart for that, bro. You educated like I don't watch a couple of your debates, bro. You too educated to do that, bro. And Humble to you, bro. Every time Shazar was doing that and Kosmon was trying to defend himself, you was cutting him off. Now, this is Shazar's show. So, I understand that too.
This is my show. See, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I thought Shazar was saying that.
Hold on 1 second, OTK. You got it right back.
Okay,
this
my
is
bad.
My disclaimer, bro. I know when y'all see me, y'all normally see me on here. I be hosting, I be laid back, you see what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10, y'all normally see Quantum up here, y'all normally see A1 up here. So y'all, when I be up here by myself, you know, we be chilling and stuff.
Yeah.
Same decorum that they gonna. I got you with the mic. I'm gonna keep it short. I promise. The same decorum that they demand, I demand the same decorum. You feel me? Only because of the situations that's been going on lately. You see what I'm saying? That's why I be trying to give people leadways. I don't want people to think I'm rude. I don't want people to think no, but at a certain point, we gotta start exposing this stuff. You see what I'm saying? And we know how personal people get when we start exposing the real. Just for an example, I ain't trying to call nobody out, but when Kazar was talking, you know, you cut in, but you had a leg. See, if we didn't talk about that, then y'all have got into a whole flame going into a type of thing. That's why I'm here to make sure that no cuts and stuff. That's all I'm saying. Now, I go ahead. And that's all I wanted to say right there. Go ahead, OTK. It's back.
Nah, I was just saying peace. I'm agreeing with you. Bro. You ain't saying nothing wrong. I agree with you. That's why I apologize to Shazad from the jump. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, that's why I say this brother is very intelligent, man. You know what I mean? That he can find other ways how to get into it. Or maybe that was a tactic. Or maybe that was a tactic to try to get him out. You know what I mean?
Real fast, OTK, because I don't know. OTK, did you see my presentation? Y'all know I don't do long presentations. I get straight to the point. I like to talk about them.
Yo, Humble, I thought it was my turn.
You right, Omar. As soon as he answered this question, we're gonna go right to you. I just want to know real fast.
After Omar, I'm gonna say something back to OTK.
No, I gotta watch it back, bro.
So this live right here.
I gotta watch it back, bro. I gotta watch it back.
Right, so most of y'all didn't see this presentation that's up here, so y'all just think me and Kosmon going back and forth. Me and Kosmon, our first debate in a tournament is me and Kosmon. You feel me? And so if y'all go to Kosmon's live, he got a presentation up called. Let me put my presentation on the screen so y'all can see. It's called. Hold on 1 second. I got y'all. And I ain't gonna be too long. I ain't gonna be too long, Omar. I just want to catch everybody up because I know y'all wasn't here to see the presentation.
Yeah.
So
shout out to A1.
So he got a presentation called Naturalism, the Subjective Belief. So this live is about Kosmon's misrepresentation or non-understanding of what naturalism is. That's what this live is about. You feel me? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
And it should be on you, Omar, too. We ain't forget about you.
Is it my turn?
No, brother. Hey, baby boy, you don't think naturalism? You don't think naturalism is subjective, bro?
No. Hold on. OTK, I was gonna back to my wife real fast. I was just because y'all know I don't
want. Shout out to the family, man. Shout out to the family.
So so this live is about or is a response to his live about naturalism being a subjective belief. You see what I'm saying? That's what this conversation is supposed to be about. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Omar. I'm gonna leave this up on the screen, by the way. Go ahead, Omar.
Okay.
So you don't believe naturalism is subjective? Hold on, Omar. Hold on, Omar, before I forget. Hey, so you don't think naturalism is subjective? I just want to know before I go back and watch, so I can feel your stance on it, my good brother.
No, I'll break down a little more of my presentation right here. Don't worry about it. We'll get into it later.
Okay.
Go ahead, Omar. Go ahead, Omar.
Thank you. I didn't want to cut OTK off because I know how sometimes that when somebody go, you may forget your train of thought. I didn't mind you cut me off and interjecting OTK. You a good brother. Shalom and respect to my brother OTK, open to knowledge. So I have to be honest. I have to be honest about this conversation. Now, this brother Omar, I highly disagree with the OSP Bible. The thing is, though, Kassad, brother, and I want you to take this as not such a harsh critique, but just and I'm learning from a brother like you still. I learn from you all the time you come on the panel. I got much love and respect to my brother Kassad. So stop calling him. It's not Chasad. It's Kassad. That's number one. But speaking to my brother Kassad,
thousand pardons.
What we gotta understand, and what we gotta do. Kassad, the points that you brought up easily eviscerated Kosmon's view of OSP. But it's me being fair. I don't think Kosmon had a fair shot. You came in hot, Kassad. You called it OASP. The OASP. Ass. Which, do Brother Omar got a lot of pushback against it? Not necessarily. But I think, Kassad, the knowledge that you bring out and your extensive research is being a diligent follower of putting in the work to eviscerate somebody's point. You didn't have to say OASP. You didn't have to do that. All you had to do was let the information talk, because I actually side with you, Kasad, but you did come in disrespectful, and that's what made Kosmon have a disrespectful retort. Now, like I said, I want to be fair and I want to be honest. I don't think Kosmon had a fair shot coming into this conversation. Y'all cut the brother, even though I know Kosmon cut people off, but when Kosmon did shut his mouth up and let y'all brothers go, when Kosmon got to talking, it was a lot of cutting him off. He didn't have ample time to pull up his sources to validate his point, even though I disagree. I already know what he was going to pull up, and I disagree with it. But the brother should have had a fair shot, and I don't think the brother had a fair shot. I just have to be honest. I'll mute out.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Okay, a simple wrong would have done just fine, but
you remain one.
Yo, that was real cute and that was real fancy, and I understand. But guess what? When y'all done, when y'all done trashing OASP, humble, I pose a challenge to you. Humble. Okay. We can talk about any biblical scripture, and I will eviscerate your whole knowledge of biblical scripture or anything, because you know what? You do a lot of talking. You do a lot of talking, Humble. And this is what I notice about you, Humble. You don't stand on a goddamn thing.
We try to talk about what I stand on.
No, nigga, listen. No, nigga. Close the mouth up, nigga. Close the mouth up, nigga. You don't stand, nigga, Humble. You don't stand on a goddamn thing. All you like to do is persecute, and what you like to do is slam other people's belief. But a nigga like you have no backbone, Humble. You have no solid foundation. So the thing is, all you want to do is attack. Listen, Humble. This is what we're gonna do. Guess what? Hold on, Humble. I'm gonna mute out.
Mute up, y'all. Mute up so we can hear. Mute up so we can hear Omar.
No. Now what we gonna do next? We gonna ask you questions, and nigga, you gonna have to be on the defense, because I see what you like to do. You like to ask 10 million questions and have us on our backs, even though I disagree with OASP. I think it is trash. But the brother Kosmon didn't get a fair shot. I do have to say that. Now, Humble, what you got to do next, you got to stand on your foundation, which, nigga, you don't have a goddamn foundation. You don't have no backbone. You don't have a solid foundation to stand on. All you like to do is attack. Nigga, I want to hear you defend your garbage belief and that trash. I'm mute out.
Humble, can I please get one last?
Hold on.
Mr. Madison,
hold on.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room.
Can I please say something real quick, Humble? You muted.
Hold on, Kazad. You won't be able to get it in. Number one, before I even respond to Omar, I want to shout out to Brother Cedric on the panel. What's up, Brother Ced? Thanks for coming through. You know we appreciate you. Number two, before I let Kazad, hold on, y'all.
Shalom and respect to Brother Cedric. That's all I want to say.
Okay, got you. Okay. So now, Why did I play that again for Omar? Number one, he came up here after I said what I said, right? This is why I love the fact that we could play these back, and it's going to be a playback one day. So after I said what I said about what the topic of this panel and this conversation is, what's the topic of this panel, y'all? Kosmon not ready. Why am I saying that? This is a response video to who? Kosmon. Why is this a response video to Kosmon? Because Kosmon said that naturalism is a subjective belief. So now this is what this conversation, this panel is about. Omar came up here and started talking to Kazad. Yeah, instead of talking about what's on this frame right here, he went and talked to Kazad. Hey, yo, well, Kazad, man, you and Kosmon, that's not what this panel is about. That's why I dropped the first time. Why didn't you speak to what this panel is about? And that's why I was going over with OTK. This is a presentation I did earlier. This is going on 2 hours. The first thought is live. I was doing a presentation.
Y'all cut.
Hold on one second. Hold on. I should be the only one speaking right now.
Listen,
I should be the only one speaking right now.
I don't.
Omar, I don't want to have to drop
nigga, don't mute my mic,
bro.
I don't agree with
I should be the only one speaking.
Y'all gotta let him cook though.
Bro, I should be the only one speaking.
Buster, man.
So listen. So in the beginning of this live, I got my presentation. Right? Bang, 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 bang. I'm just not up here talking. Hold on, Omar. I'm gonna kick you down, bro. I gotta keep telling you to hold on. Bro, I don't want to have to tell you to hold on. Clearly, I'm not done talking. I'm going to let you get it in. So, clearly, I'm not just up here talking and poking fun at Owaspi, just picking. If y'all don't know, me and Omar is first up in a tournament that we got coming up. So, a part of this is, the matter of fact, let me play that real fast while we talking. Maybe I can send to the panel real fast while I play that.
Weak. That nigga agree with me the whole time.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among...
Okay, so within that tournament, me and Kosmon facing off. So a little bit of this going back and forth, and even why I'm even responding is because it is publicity for y'all to see what we're going to be doing and what we're going to be bringing in that ring that we're going to be having in that tournament right there. So that's number one. Number two, this is a response video to what Kosmon put out. Let me go up real fast.
Actually, my video
hold on.
My video is a response.
Hold on, Kosmon. You shouldn't be speaking while I'm speaking. Hold on.
Just clarifying up your lie.
And so this video that we're on right now, this panel, in the beginning of this, this is what these slides are, is a response to this video. What does this video say right here? Naturalism is the subjective belief. So now this live is to deal with Kosmon not understanding what naturalism is. So we shouldn't be talking about how we doing Kosmon. Kosmon had ample time to speak. I don't even want to do that, play that victim joint, because yes, Kosmon came up here and he talked about, and I asked him, Give me one. Even at the end, I told him, and I challenged him, and I even let him get it out that he talked about, what the OISP did with the vortexes around the earth, and I built this and I built that.
lying,
and
humble,
before we
humble,
stop that,
humble.
hold on, Omar.
He be
Hold
lying
on,
all
Omar.
the time, bro.
No, if I was
Humble,
A1, you niggas
Because
wouldn't be
Cosmon
talking.
didn't have
Be
ample enough time
quiet.
to speak.
He be twisting up the
You
words
lying,
and
brother.
everything. He be
You
lying.
lying, brother.
I don't respect Cuz.
Brother Omar,
Brother Omar,
Brother Omar is coming from a
I don't
neutral.
respect
I'm
Cuz.
coming.
Real
I'm
talk.
coming from a
Hey, yo,
neutral.
and I'm still
point of
talking.
stance.
Listen, this is my presentation. This is my show, and I'm still talking. You niggas still can't hold your tongues. This is what I'm talking about.
Cosmon gonna cut your head off.
Hold on. And so this is what this conversation is about. It wasn't about anything else. So now, for OTK, and then I'm gonna let Omar get it in with this, right? Omar say, I don't have a foundation. I don't. Oh no, that's why I played it the second time, because Omar said, I don't have a foundation. I don't stand on anything. I know y'all most definitely see philosophical naturalism. What is naturalism? A philosophical worldview asserting that all phenomena can be explained by natural causes and law without attributing agencies to supernatural forces. This is the definition of philosophical naturalism. You can find this in Stanford Encyclopedia.
That's subjective, bro.
Hold on, you shouldn't be talking.
You're long-winded. Land your plane.
This is my show. My show.
Right, man. You be doing that buster stuff, man. You a buster, bro. Yeah, you keep putting me in the back, got my name all in your mouth. I live rent-free.
Drop him.
All right, so bet. So when Omar say, well, I don't stand on anything, and I'm just calling out and shooting down, I just like to poke holes in everybody. No, everybody know I'm a philosophical naturalist, right? What is my method? Anybody can ask me what my method is. This is why I talk to quantum so much. What is my method? Methodological naturalism. Now, what is methodological naturalism? Is it a subjective belief? Absolutely not.
Yes, it is.
That's why I gotta give shout out. Hold on. This is why I gotta give shout out to Sad and them. Because I know they'll understand stuff like this. I know the religious people ain't gonna understand that. But for the ones that are scientifically coherent, they understand this type of talk. Right? So now, before anybody say I don't stand on anything, everybody always say I'm under my name, the naturalist.
Hey, bro, it's science subjective, bro. It's science subjective, bro.
Hold on, OTK. Hold on, OTK. You should not be talking. I'm going to give it over to
my bad. 1,000 pardons.
And this is what I'm saying. I'm gonna land my plane right now. If I was A1, you niggas wouldn't be doing this, bro.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Yes, I would, humble.
So
yeah,
now,
me.
go ahead,
I would,
okay.
humble. I would, humble.
Listen, show some decorum. Listen.
Hey, humble. I thought I was at
If y'all would be doing this, I got y'all. Listen, if y'all would be doing this, then that shows how much y'all do not like A1, and y'all will go this far to disrespect this family.
No, it's not a form of disrespect, bro. It's not a form of disrespect. Don't ever take it that way.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Number one, to sit up here and argue with the host is a form of disrespect. Don't sit up here and tell me what's not disrespectful. If I'm sitting up here and I'm trying to keep order and you niggas just won't be quiet. Yo, you being long-winded. This is literally my show. I could be as long-winded as I want. I can kick all you niggas off and then rerun the presentation if I wanted to. All I was just clarifying, because I know a lot of y'all are just coming in. Y'all don't know. Y'all haven't been here for the whole 2 hours. So all I'm letting y'all know is I'm not just poking fun at Kosmon. This right here, what y'all see, is a presentation. What is the presentation of? The presentation is of a video that Kosmon did called Naturalism is Subjective, is a subjective belief. Y'all don't know my premise on it, because y'all ain't worried about it. Y'all just worried about talking about other stuff. This panel is about if Kosmon know the definition of what naturalism is or not. That's what this that's what this conversation is about. This conversation is about, is Kosmon scientifically coherent to talk about scientifical topics such as the Hubble tension? That's what this conversation is about. Because he's not. It doesn't matter if you want to be his friend. It doesn't matter if you want to side with him or side with any. It ain't about none of that. It's about what information did he bring out to the people. That's what it's about. And just so happened, he's speaking on my field, naturalism. You can't tell a naturalist. I can never tell a Hebrew about the Bible because that's Hebrew. But you got me, another niggas tell somebody else about this. Yo, I'm a naturalist, bro. So of course a naturalist is going to stand up and say, hey, yo, this is way off. If this is what you think naturalism is, then a naturalist like myself need to come up and explain it to you. That's what this topic is about tonight. This is why Kosmon is not ready. All that other stuff goes out the window. If y'all wasn't here for the presentation, this what y'all see on the screen, these are 9 slides. Presentations, right? Kosmon, you're not ready, bro. This presentation was misleading, and it was trash, by the way. And in the words of the great Dr. Clark, whenever you open your mouth, you show me, humble mystic, what you do not understand and or know. Every time. Why do I say that about this brother? Right? Number one, 13 minutes into the video, he's miscategorizing in false equivalence to what methodological naturalism is. This is his claim. I'm not making this up. This is what he say about methodological naturalism. Naturalism is a subjective belief or a chosen rule of the game rather than an absolute empirical truth. This is what he's saying in his video. Now, can anybody go research and find where that's the definition of naturalism anywhere? Instead, Brother Humble, who's a naturalist, is not afraid to give you the real definition of what methodological naturalism is. And in the definition, you don't see anything about belief. You don't see anything about faith. You don't see anything about those things. Subjectivity. Listen to this. Methodological naturalism is the principle that science and academic investigation must restrict itself to observable, testable, and natural mechanisms without assuming the existence or intervention of supernatural entities. That's what methodological naturalism is. It's a method of viewing the world. Right? Now, how are we viewing the world? And what method are we using? We are using science. Now, if we're using science, we can't have anything to do with the supernatural. Why is that? Because we can't prove it. So now, he don't even know the difference between methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism, which is the actual worldview. Philosophical naturalism is the worldview asserting that only the natural world exists, that the supernatural entities do not exist. This is what the worldview states. So now, how are we sitting here? How is Kosmon sitting here having a whole video about a topic that he's clearly not well studied in? He just threw some stuff together. It's clear now. Now y'all see. It's clear he just threw some stuff together. Let's get into it. So that's the first one, right? The second one, this brother clearly don't know what assumptions mean in science. The whole video, 1654, verbatim. Listen to what this man is saying. Treating the universe, he says, naturalism is treating the universe as a closed system or closed loop, as an unproven. Hold on, I'm speaking.
I'm coming off mute.
I'm speaking.
You're doing it again because
I'm speaking.
No, you're doing it again.
Thank you. I'm speaking, bro. This is my show. If you're not caught up, and I see that you're not caught up, we're gonna get you on track. Why am I going through my presentation? Because clearly you didn't see my presentation earlier. So I don't want you to keep going off the rails. So if you gotta sit in the back until I'm done going back over my presentation, then that's where you're just gonna have to be. Let me finish, man. So throughout his whole presentation on his joint saying that naturalism is subjective, he kept using the word assumptions wrong. It's an assumption. You see, it's a belief. It's an assumption. That lets me know he don't even know how science operates. Every time he opened his mouth, he showed me what he do not know. Methodological working assumptions. Yes, methodological naturalism have assumptions, but what is assumptions? Previsible, testable boundary conditions required by conservation laws and physics. In physics, not in belief, not in supernaturalism, not in the law of Moses, not in the OWASP, in physics to measure interactions. It's open to refinement. This is why there are assumptions. This is why there are hypotheses. Now, here's how he was trying to use it. In a dogmatic belief, absolute, unquestionable faith. Anywhere when I was just talking about naturalism, did y'all hear any faith about that? Y'all heard nothing but science. Listen to what a real physicist say, right? And a real philosopher say about this subject matter. Science restricts study to testable interactions without ruling out the unknown dogmatically. Supported by physicist Sean Carroll and philosopher Mario Bunge. So methodological naturalism is a method in which we observe and test what we call reality through a means that is knowable. Because we don't concede to a supernatural. So when you're using assumptions, when it's coming down to a scientific framework, you have to use the word assumptions scientifically, not dogmatically. That's the second thing he did. In the field of science, assumptions do not function as blind, unverified dogmas, the kind found in uncritical belief systems, like the Bible, like OWASP. Instead, they act as provisional boundaries, conditions, or methodological working assumptions that allow researchers to construct functional, testable models of the universe. So without these assumptions, as I said earlier, researchers, scientists, wouldn't even have testable measures or testable models of the universe. So they need these assumptions, which let you know these assumptions aren't just based off of belief. These assumptions are based off of empirical data. Let's keep going. Clear again, y'all. He's just showing y'all how much he don't know. He's talking about all of these things that he clearly haven't studied. He's out of his realm here. Let's talk about the Hubble tension that he was talking about earlier. Oh, well, this is verbatim what he said, family. 30 minutes into his conversation, into his panel. The Hubble tension proved naturalism maths fails. This is what he said, that the universe gained energy. This is what he said, debunking foundational assumptions. This is what he said verbatim, family. I'm not making this up. What's the reality of the situation, right? Let's go down here. What's the 10% discrepancy? There's roughly a 10% difference between a method A predicts and the expansion rate should be what method B actually measures it to be in our local universe. In precision science, a 10% mismatch between two methods that should be equal is the same thing as a very big deal. Why is not a failure in naturalism or physical law? Critics like Kosmon sometimes point to this gap as proof that math isn't mathing or the universe is breaking its own rules. However, because he's not an astrophysicist, so he wouldn't know this. So when we do ask astrophysicists, not just any astrophysicists, Nobel laureates who are astrophysicists about this, what do they say? Right? This astrophysicist helped pioneer these measurements. She explains that this is a normal part of scientific discovery. So while Kosmon in his video is trying to show y'all some weird thing about Hubble that he don't even understand and prove that Hubble breaks math and all of this, Hubble was just something that happened in science all the time. It's a normal part of scientific discovery. What does this let me know about Kosmon's level of literacy in science? It's very low. Why am I saying that? He don't even know what scientific discovery is. He can't know what scientific discovery is. Because if he did, then he wouldn't know that this didn't break physics. No. Right? The discrepancy usually point to hidden variables, minor collaboration errors in our instruments, or an incomplete understanding of how certain stars evolve. What's broken about physics about that? See, he don't understand these things. So he's coming from this faithist point of view. So he's really not scientific. He just want to tell you that the Owaski Bible is scientific, which is out of this world. But this is why this conversation that I'm bringing us back to is so important. This man literally have no comprehension of what we're talking about. Let's get into it, right? The association fallacy. This man literally sat up here and said, because people like Baruch Spinoza was naturalist, right? Then that proved that naturalism was some type of religion in disguise. He said this out his mouth. What? So you're just going to leave out the fact that Baruch Spinoza proved that God didn't write the Bible. You're going to prove that out. You're going to leave that out, right? You're going to leave out that Baruch Spinoza got shunned and kicked out by his community. You're going to leave that out, right? You're going to leave out the fact that the very reason that Baruch Spinoza, his passing, was because he turned to naturalism. And he was showing the community that, hey, there's not a God behind this. You're going to leave all of that out, though, right? Just because somebody grew up religious does not mean that the objective empirical truth that they find with the science when they turn naturalistic, it doesn't mean that's flawed. That don't even equate. That's a genetic association fallacy. So why am I doing this, fam? Let me put this down real fast because okay. I want to hear what y'all got to say. But why am I doing this, family? Because we can't allow this man Omar to, I apologize, we can't allow this man Kosmon to run around like this as if he's just some type of intellect, saying some real cool, profound things when he really don't know what he's talking about. He really don't. And I just showed that he really don't know what he's talking about.
Can I say something real quick?
I'm going to land my plane. I'm going to let Omar back up here. Go ahead, Kazard, and then Cedric.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you can see, Humble, this ain't even my lane. I ain't get up here and talk nothing about what you presented. I seen Kosmon was talking that nonsense. I told you I was going to get up here. We could tag team, cook that Owaski. Because dude's information is complete garbage. He has none. He's a complete pseudo. And I wanted to say this, man, because a lot of brothers like, oh, you ain't got to come at him with the old ass people titles. And look, man. I came up with that while he was trash talking to me on a panel on Titan Debate League. Like, y'all forgetting, like, the history of all the times that I've been on a panel and him and the Owaski brothers has been disrespecting me. Am I lying now? So now that I done flipped the script and I'm chasing him all the times, literally me and Kosmon first interaction together was him disrespecting me on Side Netter platform, calling me a big dog, this and da-da-da-da and all this. Y'all, that was our first interaction. So don't ever talk to me about, oh, you disrespected his book. When every time he get up here, he coming at the God of the Bible. Where y'all motherfucking backbone at? Fuck his book. Is we standing with the God of the Bible, or is we trying to protect his book and his feelings? Oh, and this the last thing I'm gonna say as I pass it, because I don't care about none of that crap. You disrespect the God of the Bible, is up. I don't like, the law is, if there was an Israelite, it don't even matter if there was an Israelite, they disrespect the God of the Bible, they die. You put them to death. It don't matter if it was your own sibling. So you think I'm gonna really get up here and be all, man, peace and love, man, peace, blessings, oh waspy? No, nigga, that's that old ass crap. Facts. So I want to hear this because he did not address the point. Omar, keep on talking about we cutting him off, bro. The moment, and this, I call him a goofy. That's what I called him. I called him a goofy. Me and Humble call each other worst stuff on the panel and still shake hands and be like, "Hey, my brother, good shit."
Yeah.
He made it personal. He make it something serious. I called him a goofy. I ain't call him a bitch. None of that. He want to make it personal. And the entire time I spoke, the first time and the second time, he interrupted me. I told you, Omar, the first time he spoke, even though he interrupted me, I did not interrupt him. I got the audio. You know how I do. Humble.
You know he got it.
Humble, can you hear this? Y'all hear this, right? So that's me finishing my first time. This is him picking up after me finishing.
So, as I was saying, see, this is what they try to do, right? And if he actually was not an ignoramus and would read Owaski, it tells you in the very first page.
He called me an ignoramus and he went in. Look, bro, I'm gonna start fast forwarding a little bit. I'm gonna play. Listen, I'm gonna start fast forwarding a little bit. I'm pressing. Look, bro, I'm fast forwarding. He's still talking and nobody's interrupting him. This is still him talking. Nobody interrupted him the whole first time he spoke, even though he interrupted the moment he got on the panel. Because he didn't like somebody calling him a goofy. But he get to go ignoramus. I'm a pit bull. I'm a dog. He been disrespecting me since the moment we met. But he get to cry. Y'all gonna really cry like that right now, man? Tighten up, man. Toughen up. What is we doing on here, bro? Stop the crying.
That's a fact.
I'm done with that. I'm gonna pass it on that, man. I'm
Go
throwing
ahead,
that.
brother
I'm
Cedric.
throwing that.
We got
I'm
brother
throwing that
Cedric.
neck every time I see him. That's simple.
Go hey, on that, Kazad. Hey, Kazad, on that. Hey, we shoulder to shoulder, brother.
Biggie, keep on his head. Y'all know me. I did some presentation exposing exactly what the OSP is, where it comes from, and it is rooted in the 19th century European spiritualism. That's it, done. However, let me do what I'm supposed to do as a senior. I'm not say elder, but as a big brother in this community. Humble, shout out to you, bro. We in the growth, brother. And I'm gonna say this because everybody know I was on your head when you were making the mistakes with the evolution. You didn't falter. You showed me that you're a scientist, bro. I'm almost emotional listening to you talk now because you're right there. You're right there. You went back and you keep working. Right? And I'm so proud of you, man. I am, from the bottom of my heart, bro. I am proud of you.
Appreciate you, Seth. I appreciate you. You don't know how much that means, Seth. Listen, real fast. I don't want to hold on, Elder said. I don't want to cut your wisdom, but I do got to get this in because you know how we met. You all know the history. And so when we came into environments that people thought we was just the new kids on the block. Right? Hey, yo, they like everybody else. They don't really got no skin in the game. They don't know. And so we then had to say, okay, well, we ain't dealing with who we dealing with on the block. We got up our ante. You feel me? And so y'all helped me really learn, and that's why I say, they didn't watch my presentation. If y'all notice, my presentations was only 10 slides, maybe 10 or 9 slides. I gotta be a real brother and give shouts out for that. Right. And the reason that is because I realize the logics in that. Right. If it's the truth, I don't need 50, 60 slides. I don't need to be up here talking for an hour. If it's easy for me to point out the fallacies, just get up here and call out his fallacies.
Yep.
And so this is why my presentations are so short and concise, because I'm not up here trying to wow y'all and overturn y'all and convert y'all. I'm out here really trying to show y'all what's the real.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I appreciate that, brother. Sad, I'm turning it back over to you. I appreciate you, brother. Oh man, I appreciate that.
Yeah, like you see, as hard as I'm a critic, right? And I went hard on you, bro. Like, so
Mhm.
as hard as I went on you, I need to be the first one to come and say, good job. I'm proud of you. And I really mean that, bro. You're right there. And you stay on your square. And the way you controlling your platform as well is a sign of discipline, right? It's what said talks. Everybody accused me of being a bully and stuff like that. No, it's not being a bully. It's understanding the quorum. You are going to get your opportunity to speak, even if you want the big stage. However, you don't cut me off. You don't interject. I've been here the whole time, right?
Mhm.
Let you build. Because once you get it out, everybody gets an opportunity. It's not about being emotional. Number two, everybody knows that that OWASP nonsense is pure nonsense. And I appreciate the effort that you take to
Right.
dissect it, because at this point, I won't do it. I'm just dismissive and done. I appreciate the work you're doing, right? And
Yeah.
in this arena, it's not about being fair. It's about being accurate.
Mhm.
Kosmon is structurally a wild boy that isn't grounded in anything, right? And now I'm gonna turn to Omar. Omar, this man is up here stating two things. He is stating his philosophical grounding, which is philosophical naturalism, which if you practice methodological naturalism, you are in principle. Why it becomes a little difficult to hold our position, because it's an absolute, right? Whereas methodological naturalism takes you away from the absolute. But those are minutia. In principle, we are naturalists, right? Philosophically, we are naturalists. Why? I am going to apply a specific system in evaluating reality. Once you operate with that metric, with that system, it seems as if we're dismissive. No, we have boundaries.
Mhm.
Now, I can go into what those boundaries represent, the Kantian wall, the Descartes' reasoning. I can go into those philosophical parameters, but it's not necessary. It's simply boundaries. The moment you assert metaphysical in a supernatural sense, you are going to meet a roadblock. Any
Mhm.
assertions that are not substantiated, grounded in reality, do not apply to any conversation that people like Humble and I have. Now,
Mhm.
there are certain realms in which we can entertain certain discussion, but the moment you try to apply that philosophical or that arbitrary assertion to reality, it automatically triggers
Mhm.
methodological naturalism, a system of empiricism where we are going to evaluate your pain.
Mhm.
Now, my
Mhm.
brother is firmly grounded. Right?
Hold on, y'all. I apologize.
It's okay, man. I'm a dog man. Right now, I'm in the DR with my clients and their German Shepherd for surgery. Right, so there are certain things that are just endemic to me. Like, hey, the dog is beautiful,
Oh,
but that's
right.
not an issue. So let me get back. So yes, you're philosophically grounded, and as we grow conversation, the nuances we will get better, because that's what being scientifically literate is about. I don't speak in absolutes, and I can be wrong, and I'll tell you I'm wrong. There is no hard position we take. That doesn't mean we're not grounded. Is that we understand the uncertainty principle. So there's always room for more. Absolute means my knowledge doesn't grow any further. If I state something absolute, I cannot grow. And that is something that is counterintuitive to people that rely on supernatural arguments. And if you realize the way methodological naturalism or scientifically literate people speak, we speak with this energy. There's never a need to overemphasize, to double down, to say something three times because you can't substantiate it. So we use emotion to make it valid. Omar, Omar, you operate on a very emotional level, and that's why you get you get a clip that says you're incoherent and you're not making any sense. And Humble is right. And again, you're talking to Cedric, the pseudo killer that was beating up Humble when he came around. He had some fundamental flaws, and what I'm appreciate about this brother is what a real scientist does. He went back to the drawing board. He realized, okay, my analogy is incorrect. Let's sharpen it up. And he went back so I can appreciate Humble to the fullest of the extent, right? You got Cedric's support, my brother. I'm going to keep saying that. I've been watching and I've seen you growing. And tonight, man, you did my presentation from about methodological naturalism, about philosophical naturalism. You did my presentation, your style, concise, the same thing in humble way, but it's fundamentally and grounded in the same principle. Again, I got, man, props to you. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm proud of you, right? And stand on that square because you be putting belt ass.
I appreciate you saying. I appreciate you. I really mean a lot, said. Yo, I appreciate you, bro, for real. We gonna go to
All that violent stuff. We gonna save that, bro. Smashing out of your house with
Yo, what's up? Hold on, Smash. Hold on, Smash. You coming in? You coming in hot? You coming in hot? Hold on, Brody.
No, it ain't like that. Shalom, brother.
Oh, what's up? What's up? What's up, my guy? I wanted to, matter of fact, thank you though. I do want to appreciate you, my guy. I do want to appreciate you because you and Sister Tiffany are new to the panel. I do want to shout y'all out. And a Smash, you know I'm up here doing my thing. It's only me up here today, so I ain't got nobody watching the comments, so I can't watch the comments and they get in there. And you know I like to have fun up here, bro. So and I be when I'm multitasking, sometimes I like to dive into what I'm doing. So that's my fault, my brother. But we got Brother Smash and brother and Sister Tiffany on the panel. We're gonna go to OTK, and then we're gonna go to Brother Smash, and then we're gonna go to Sister Tiffany. Go ahead, OTK. You got anything you want to add?
What about Brother Omar?
Brother Omar. Thank you, Brother Omar. Thank you, Brother Omar. Go ahead, Omar, OTK, and then we're gonna go to Brother Smash and then Sister Tiffany.
Thank you,
Brother Omar. You go ahead.
Now, because I've muted out long enough. See, this is what I noticed. Y'all niggas don't have y'all listening ears on. And you know what? Shalom and much respect to Cedric. But guess what? Cedric scientific mind is so full of science, he's still stuck in the nomadic caveman point of view. If Cedric I didn't cut y'all off, mute, close the mouth up. So if y'all niggas heard anything what Omar said, Omar never agreed with Kosmon. Let me say it again. Omar never agreed with Kosmon's sentiment. I think I ain't gonna say the OSP is trash, but I highly disagree with it. My point of view was I wanted to hear a good conversation. I wanted to hear a good back and forth between Kosmon and Humble. Humble didn't allow Kosmon to do that. All I wanted to hear was good conversation. Once again, I highly disagree with OSP, but Kosmon didn't have a fair shot to bring out his information and to talk. That was my point of view. So what Cedric had to say to me, highly trash, highly, which he leans his back on all his scientific stuff, but he's still stuck in the caveman point of view because evidently Cedric doesn't have his listening ears on. Neither do you, Humble. Y'all niggas don't have y'all listening ears on. Once again, Omar did not agree with Kosmon's sentiment with OSP. I highly disagree. The thing is, y'all got to give the brother a fair shot to speak, show his sources, and to lay his premises without cutting him off. And y'all did not demonstrate that. Even though Kosmon did come in hot. But we already know we already know when we have a conversation with Kosmon, we already know how he's going to come in. So let's not act like we don't know these things. But the brother deserves a fair shot to speak. I wanted to hear Kosmon lay out his premises, lay out his argument to combat what Humble was saying. Once again, Omar does not condone. Omar does not agree with OASP. What I do agree with is letting the brother speak to lay out his premises. That way I can truly enjoy the back and forth conversation. I'll mute out.
Go ahead, OTK, then Smash, then Tiffany. and then I wanna say something to what Omar said.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. I'm just up there, man, showing support. You already know, bro. I'm
I
up here in the
appreciate you,
conversation.
OTK.
Yeah,
Then
you
we're gonna
already
go
know,
ahead
bro.
to Smash. Go ahead, Smash. What's up, brother Smash? How you doing? You heard the conversation? You got any inputs, brother?
Yeah, Shalom, Shalom, Yahweh Ka, Yahweh only, Yahweh Labad, Abad. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just want to say
that's
this.
not Hebrew, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah, okay, brother. You just make sure you serving the right person you supposed to be serving. But I love you though, brother.
You make sure
let him talk, Omar. Let him talk, Omar.
Brother. I said Khan. The first time I said Khan, you got to talk about let me speak. So just let me.
Okay, Khan Adawan Khan. Say no more.
Khan Adawan Khan. All right. So what I wanted to say was, I definitely agree with Omar in a way, in all aspects. I don't agree with Kosmon at all, but I do believe if y'all let it be fair, he probably would have slaughtered y'all. But that's just a personal opinion. It's not the Lions Den. This is Titans Debate League, so y'all do it how y'all want to. But I also wanted to bring out how I'm gonna go to the thing that actually I thought about. Kassad, I've seen you. Now you ran this thing like you're this one and only out of the whole crowd that is fighting for the Most High, but you're on panels like the HOK and stuff like that deliberately say F the Most High. They say FUCK Yahweh or Yahweh, whatever Hebraic cult you're with, right? So for you to come up here on the Titans Debate League and be mad or act like you mad, that was totally disingenuous. You're on a platform way more bigger than this platform that go against the Most High, and you continuously be over there. So that was totally disingenuous, and I felt like you try to make it seem like you're the super Hebrew or something. You know what I mean? But much love to you. You definitely have some spunk. You know what I mean? You need to fix some stuff up, but you have some spunk. And then the last thing I wanted to say was to this Cedric dude. You know what I mean? You say it like this, bro. Y'all believe in Kemet. If y'all believe in it so much, why do y'all consistently tell us, the people that don't believe in Kemet, it's mythology, but y'all bang on everybody so hard as if this thing is real?
Really fast, hey Smash.
No. Hold on.
Let me moderate my panel, Omar.
Smash your.
Let me moderate my panel, bro. Smash, do you have anything to speak to what I was like, what the panel is about, what the topic is about?
Cedric does not believe in Kemet. Cedric believes in
hold on, Omar. Hold up. Who's running the panel? Me or you, Omar? This man been speaking for at least a good 10 minutes, and I didn't hear him talk about Kosmon view on methodological naturalism, my view on methodological naturalism. I didn't hear none of that.
You're right, brother, because I didn't get to hear Cosmos part, even though I already got a foundation of where he might be coming from. Because unlike a lot of y'all, no, wait, can I finish?
No, go ahead, you good, bro.
Unlike a lot of the Titans debate league, y'all go against OSP. I'm in a form of actually trying to understand it, just like I want to understand. It's not that I'm trying to dig myself into other ideologies, but I want to know what I'm going against before I go against it. And it's something that this is a dire thing that's going on in the TDL. We're supposed to be or y'all are supposed to be, I don't want to put myself in this, honest people that's willing to have truth. So anyway, Humble, you want to go, you wanted to ask me about what I thought about this, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, first of all, to be honest with you, I personally didn't really hear anything that you really said about any other ideologies, except only thing you ever go to is the Hebrews, the Hebrew Israelites. That's all you, it don't matter what your topic is, before you know it, you're going to go into the Hebrew Israelite. Owaspi and Cosma has nothing to do with that. Yes, some type of way you winded up finding a way to go around it and go and put it in there. You know what I mean? And that was totally disingenuous to me. It felt like you was trying to shoot shots, trying to find your way to, you know, fight, I guess. And even though I don't believe in anything Cosmo, as far as what I've read so far, you know, I don't believe in what he's saying. I definitely believe if you're trying to have a foundation of if there's a creator or who is a creator and all this, he would have slaughtered you or whoever else if he fairly had a shot. That's all. And you know what I mean, you've had some good points too before, Humble. So I'm not trying to, you know what I mean, this ain't that type of party because I'm not trying to debate or anything. I'm just a truth. You know what I mean? But I think you should have if it's about Humble, I mean, if it's about bro, then it really should be like, all right, bro, you come slide, we gonna do this. You know what I mean? Just like the same thing with Ali, but you know, y'all gonna do it how y'all do it. People gonna beat up on who they want to be up on. Some people gonna get a chance, some people don't. You know what I mean? It's just about righteousness to me. Shalom, bro.
Okay. We gonna let Sister Tiffany get it in, and then I'm gonna go back around, and then we're gonna open up the floor. Go ahead, Sister Tiffany. How you doing, Sister Tiffany? We appreciate you for coming up.
Hey, peace, brother. Peace, brother. Humble. Only thing I really want to say is, I see your title, a student of naturalism, and I just want to say that's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I say that's what's up is because you know it's necessary that we as a people get into understanding nature as nature is. You know, studying about the natural phenomenon, study about biology, study about, you know, the universe, study chemistry and all of that. So I think that it is very important. And somebody.
No, that's because I'm gonna mute him up.
Okay.
Go ahead. I muted you up.
Okay.
No reverb.
Okay, yeah. So I didn't see the debate. I'm gonna be honest, but I saw the video.
I'm just trying to enlighten you. The debate is coming in the future. This presentation that I did, if you've seen any of it, is a response to a video that he did, and so I'm showing his understanding of naturalism.
Okay, then. Now I did see a video that you did about naturalism and whatnot, and I thought that you did a great job. Like I say, it's necessary, and it's at the point that we all need to study science. We need to really study about, you know, how nature operates. We need to study about health and wellness. You know what I mean? So, I really like that, and I too am a naturalist myself. I'm more into like poetic naturalism, scientific pantheism. That's where I'm at. And everybody's not gonna get it. Everybody's not gonna get hip to the scientific knowledge because it can be very technical and difficult to really like fully understand. So as people making a transition, people have to have a balance between understanding science as far as like dealing with the metaphorical concept, allegorical concept of it, and they need the empirical knowledge, you know, in order to like really adapt into it. My thing is what I personally recommend people to do is study like the ancient poets, you know, people like Rumi, Spinoza, um, Lucratus, just to name a few, because they were getting into like how to harmonize with nature and how to understand nature. So, like, when we understand nature, you know, basically we have to understand it from not only just peace, but also with chaos. Basically, that's dealing with entropy and equilibrium. If we want to break it down in science, no, equilibrium basically deals with the balance, and entropy looks at the chaos that's going on within nature and things like that. So, people just it's a step, it's a process that people have to take. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like people just gonna get it right away. It's not like, okay, you can make that transition out of leaving spirituality and metaphysics and boom, go straight to science. Like it's not that easy. So it's just step after step after step. So it's like a little process that you have to go to. You know what I'm saying? You have to really actually not just read up on information, but try to be able to make sense of what the information is saying so you can better adapt and better understand like what your meaning of survival is. What's your purpose on this planet? Why do we have animals? Why do we have plants? What are they here for? And how organisms just adapt on, I mean, how organisms adapt to nature, period. In general, how the universe operate, how the stars, why the stars exist, why the sun is there, you know, all of these different things. So it just, you have to just take it one step at a time when it comes to this type of knowledge.
That's a fact. I totally agree with you, sis. I'm going to get it in, and then I'm going to open up the floor. And before I say that, come on up here, Kosmon. If you feel like I did you wrong, come on up here, and we going to get into it. But before, you know, what I'm about to get into right now is going to prove the people. Hold on 1 second. It's going to prove the people who said that I didn't give Kosmon a fair shot and that he didn't state whatever he stated. Because mind y'all, I challenged him and I said it was strike one. He tried to answer my challenge when he came up here, and we're going to get into that because he didn't want me to read it, so we had to give him some more time, y'all. But if you felt like I wasn't treating you fairly, come on back up here and we can really have this conversation if that's what you want to do. But what I'm going to get into right now is when Kosmon came up here, right, I asked him a question. I said, prove to me one falsifiable prediction. He went to the WASP Bible and he said, oh, well, I create the vortex. Talking about Jehovah created the vortex, right? Of the earth and the space and the moon around. Now, when we know what we know about vortex, even during that time, what they was understanding about spiralism was things move around each other, right? But again, he's trying to put it in a mystical way. Jehovah did this, right? So now, is this good enough proof? When did we find out that the moon was in the earth atmosphere? Watch this. He put up a documentary and said this. It said, we found out the moon's orbit was well within outer space Earth's atmosphere February 19. Okay, well, watch this. While scientists had known about the outermost layer of Earth's atmosphere called the genoma, right, the cloud of hydrogen atoms since space age began in 1960s, right? And even photographed it from the moon during the Apollo 16, 1971. They assumed it ended much closer to Earth. However, a study published in February 19, 2019 analyzed the long forgotten data. So now he wants you to believe that when he came up here to, oh, well, we already knew this in the WASP, they didn't know this back in the day. But then when you do clear study, you find out, no, they were bringing out old information. in 2019 about what we already had between 1996 and 1998. So you can't sit here and say
What
that,
year was the Owaspy road, bro?
what year was Owaspy Road?
Yeah, he's saying this is in the Owaspy, right? About the moon
Yes.
being an hour. Okay,
Yes.
and they say they found this in 1900s. What year was the Owaspy road, bro? I'm just asking. I don't know exactly. Was it early 19?
1882. The point here being, way before 1882, we knew about the moon's orbit within outer space with around the Earth, bro. Way
I
before
noticed
1882.
you keep putting the orbit in it too. So I think y'all been saying two different things. I think he was saying that the moon was in our solar system or something, or in our atmosphere, and then y'all kept saying orbit. Are we saying the same
Hey,
thing?
I
I'm
gotta
just
get on my
making sure, bro.
Hold on one
Y'all just
second. I gotta get on my real quick. Right. So we gotta learn how to read, bro. When did we find out the moon was in Earth's atmosphere? We found out the moon was orbits the Earth within the outer edges. Listen, right? Well within the outer edges of Earth's atmosphere. The moon, even the article is not saying the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. It's saying Earth's atmosphere goes farther than what they predicted it to go, which is well beyond the moon. They thought the moon sat at the edge, but now they know that the moon sits well beyond the edge. We have to read. Watch this. Listen.
I'm saying, so
While
it sounds like y'all saying the same thing.
hey, mute up. Listen. If you're talking, you're not listening, you're not learning.
Oh, I was just
While
saying, it sounds like
science
y'all
had
saying the
known
same
about,
thing.
listen. While science had known about the outmost layers of Earth's atmosphere, right? Let me, well, because I can't see it right here, because I'm really reading it, right? Since the space age began in 1960s, 1981 to 1960, 1981 to 1960. How are you telling me he predicted something they was doing in 1960? And then watch this. And
Hold up,
even
he
photograph.
predicted
Hold on.
because he predicted it in
You're not
the
learning.
1800s, bro.
If you talking, you're not learning. Hold on. Right? And even photographed it from the moon during Apollo 16 in 1972. Right? Hold on. 1972, 1981. 1972 or 1981. They already had it. They didn't predict anything. That's a fallacy. And this is why I said I wanted to be fair. If he want to come up and try that fallacy again, he can. But he most definitely gave us that verse from Owaspy, and he said that predicted that the moon was in the atmosphere of the Earth, was in the atmosphere of the Earth before the scientists found out about it in 2019. And now we really reading it. We find out in 2019 they're just using the collected data that they already had. They're not saying they're using nothing new in 2019. They're using what they already had in 2019. They just forgot about it. Come on, yo. Hey, Sad, hold on. I'm going to let you get it in, OTK. But hold on, I just want to ask Sad. Hey, Sad, are you there, Sad? Brother Cedric?
No, I think he said he had to perform the dissection. The surgery on the dog. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Let me bring my man Kazard up. Hey, Kazard, are you there, Kazard?
Yeah, I'm having trouble.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Kazard?
Say that part one more time.
Do you want what I was just reading? What I was just saying about how the OSP, how he tried to say that the OSP Bible predicted that the Earth was in the moon, but that the moon was in the Earth atmosphere, and how I just now debunked it. That was saying that we already knew about that well before the 1960s, but even in the 1960s, and we had proof of it in 1971. Like, am I making what I'm saying clear?
I mean, I get exactly. I understood exactly what you just said.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, OTK.
So
If
this
can
is
I go
why I
after
asked
him?
you, because you
Yeah,
bringing
go
up 1900, you bringing up something that's saying that, yeah, they knew it way before then, which we know, which we know. We know there probably ain't no date on when our people were studying the stars and all of that in the celestial system. I can agree with that, bro, in multiple places. But as far as this dating right here, it's saying 1960s through 1970s, and it wasn't reintroduced until 2019,
Boom.
correct? So that's why I asked you, what did the Owaspy say, and what year was the Owaspy wrote? You said 1800s.
1881. Listen, he's proving my point, OTK. The
That's
point
what I was
is,
saying. It sounds
yeah,
like y'all saying the same thing, but go ahead.
yeah, he tried to finagle it and dance around it by adding in the word
I
order.
was after OTK though. I was after.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You did what I'm talking about.
It's
I
all
just say
good.
they
It's all
grabbed
good. I
my name
relinquish.
and
Hey, if it's all right with you, bro, I relinquish my time to my brother Kosmon, because he can explain this better. He is in the title. He is in the
yeah, I
title.
am in the show. I live
I'm
rent
finna
free in
actually.
their head.
Because
I'm trying to
you can
get
go
down.
after Claude, OTK.
Cause I'm honestly I'm trying to get down because my phone keep messing up on audio. That's why I keep popping in and out on the thing. That's why I'm actually finna drop off. I just got up here real quick so I can respond to Smashing Idol real quick. Cause it didn't. I don't even like. What is you talking about, bro? Make it make sense.
What I'm saying,
A1. Hold on. Let me talk. A1 was just up here talking about some God condone. You know what I'm saying? ARP and said we can have sex slaves and stuff. The same stuff they say on HOK. So now I'm supposed to. I'm not supposed to get on A1 panel no more now. I'm supposed to boycott A1 panel and stuff. No, I get up here and you can act humble. I go at Egypt. I go at Muslims, Christians, whatever. I defend the Bible on whoever. Even Nepal. You can go on the live streams right now and see me going at Nepal. I don't care about it being Sinetta wife or none of that. I don't even care about it being Sinetta. Because what Sinetta do when I go off on him? What he do? Mute me and kick me off the panel. Then what he do? Call me. Yeah, you go. Come on later. And none of that. Like, come on now. Stop it.
all right,
I
brother.
defend the. Hold on. Let me finish. I defend the scriptures, and my point in me saying that is because they try to make it a thing because I called it old Aspie. Like let's be clear. My brother Omar, no disrespect to the brother Omar and to the ISUPK, I have heard ISUPK disrespect people's religion to the utmost. I done heard them say to a Muslim, "Police be upon Muhammad." Now tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm
What's
lying,
wrong with
Captain
that?
Tazariak. Hold on. Tell me I'm
What's
lying,
wrong with
Captain
that?
Tazariak don't say every time you talk to a Muslim, police be upon him. Or when they give him that Salaam Alaikum, what do you tell the one Muslim? What do you tell them? Pork, bacon, and eggs to you too, or something like that. Like, stop playing. They disrespect people's religion, but because I came at Owaspy, he want to get defensive? When they go at Egypt, the Muslims, all that shit all the time, they call Egypt penis worshippers and all. So it's cool to disrespect all these other cultures. But since I came at Owaspy, my brother want to get defensive? Because I called it Owaspy? When we go at all these other cultures and all these other religions and all these other beliefs? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like no one said I'm this super Hebrew, none. When I get a chance, even sometimes when I'm at work, do I not jump on a panel humble? And I
Yes,
gotta argue
sir.
with y'all while I'm at work?
Yes, sir. It's my phone.
Humble? I don't
Yes,
know if
sir. Oh,
you
you
hear
can't hear
me.
me?
Even Omar has
I'm
been
here.
there.
I'm
I'll
here.
get on
I'm
there
here.
and argue with them while I'm at work. So what are you
Can you
talking
hear me?
about?
Can you hear me? Cause I
When I get the chance, I defend the scriptures. I can't hear y'all. Just to let you know, my
okay.
audio, my sound went out. So that's why if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Okay.
But yeah, man, don't do that. You trying to paint a narrative and all that. And honestly, my response to that was because they got defensive about me talking trash about Owaski. That was the whole point of me saying that. Don't try to paint a narrative, bro.
No. Hey, no, hold up. Because I don't want you by any means to try to make it seem like or think that I'm painting a narrative. You know what I mean? For you to even say that statement, even if I didn't, hear anything else that was going on, for you to even say that statement, and you know that you are in the presence of people that abide by the Torah, even if they in the New Testament as well. You know that, and you know the standards, and you've been here, even though we don't see you in the chat. If we do see you in the chat, it don't matter. You know what I mean? Peace on you anyway. But you have never actually defended the Torah when people are like shooting at the Torah or the scripture or your scripture.
Bro, what?
When you say Bible, you know what I mean? It might be about you and a debate. That's one thing. But you know what I'm saying? For you to like try to, and I'm not saying this like I'm trying to come at you, bro. You know what I mean? But for instance, I definitely know, but who is that? Kazi. Oh, Kazi. You know what I mean? Kosmon, right? I know his doctrine is super duper false, right? But you decided to come up there on this time frame, say whatever you say about it. That's cool. And then you up it like, yeah, and all y'all people about the scriptures, y'all this and this, like you really like, and you stand in front of a elder that's been doing this for 20 plus years, hint, Sonetta, and you go on his panel. And I don't know what you do, but I'm pretty sure you know what Isaiah 55:1 says, and you go against it.
So what is you talking about if you don't know what I do? How you making an accusation if you don't know what I do?
No, I'm just saying if you debating in his area, if you're doing it for free, then that's even worse. But if you're not doing it for free, you're going against Isaiah 55:1. So we don't gotta.
Bro, what is you even talking about? You
Real
just
fast,
try to move the goalpost on a statement that you made after I got off the panel. You got up here and said that I tried to make.
I'm just gonna end it with this, man.
Hold on, y'all. We've been sitting here waiting.
Hold on. I'm real quick. I'm gonna be done, bro. I promise.
I want to get Kosmon in here. I don't want him to. We ain't give him no time to talk.
Give me 20
seconds.
Give me 20. Give me 20. All right, bro left anyway. Never mind.
Yeah, let bro finish, man. Let bro and them finish have their conversation. Because I've said all I had to say. I've talked today, and he agreed with everything I said. So go ahead, y'all. I'll double back around.
Nah, bro, please don't leave, because I know what you can do, but I'm not trying to.
I ain't going nowhere.
Once
Everything
again,
I'm not
siding for you. I'm trying to see
Smash.
how the waters. Yeah.
Smash, I don't need no help. I'm just truth don't need no crutch.
Yeah, honey.
I'm talking about Smash. I'm talking about science. They talking about me.
I'm just trying to figure out how this goes when the Hebrew Israelites and anybody with the Bible is not around. I want to see what the energy is like with the brother Humble and this topic. Don't bring up the Hebrew Israelites to switch it. I want to see what you and Owaski got going on.
I didn't bring up no Hebrews.
No, I'm not talking about you, brother.
Yeah, he asked the question. He said, "Show us one thing empirically proven."
And then here come the Hebrews.
And then he proved what I said.
You disrespect our stuff, but yeah, Humble, go ahead. But I'm gonna tell you now that all you Israelites, y'all allow these people to do this. But I'm gonna go with Humble, even though he hates our God, and he going against Kosmon's God.
The crazy part is naturalism don't even deny that there is a God. So really, he a cosplayer, right? He got Kosmon on his mind.
Too much, bro. You speaking too much, Kosmon. That was me,
No.
right? I was trying to creep up on that. You
Bro,
speaking
I'm
too
not
much.
denying what you're saying. What I'm saying goes along with what you're saying. Are you listening?
Yeah, no, I was saying when you said naturalism, everybody trying to creep past that, and I was
Yeah.
gonna, yeah, that you said the thing. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah,
Naturalism.
And then my
I'm
thing
just
was he asked for proof. I gave definitive proof scientifically. Now, if he don't agree with the science,
I gotta
why
jump
don't he
off
just go
because I
debunk it? And
can't do
then
this.
he somehow he forgot his calendar and how to count. He didn't understand that 1881 is before 1960. He seemed to forget that. And then he doubled down on exactly what I said, that science didn't figure out what Owaspy till 2019, what Owaspy told you in 1881.
Yes, sir. It's on y'all. Let's get it.
Yeah, hey Kaz, I'm finna let y'all go to work. Hey, bro, I'm finna drop down. Hey, Omar, like I said, bro, I don't got you already know, bro. We good, man. It just you got kind of offensive about me saying old ass like I came at his book, like bro. Y'all done call y'all done go at other cultures and all that stuff way worse than how I just went at old ass. Like, come on, bro. And Smash, I don't know you. We good, bro. But no, you made a statement and everything, and I defended myself against them being sensitive. When we supposed to take a stand against these cultures, against these other gods. Like what are you talking about? Saying all the other
But
stuff that you
I'm the
trying,
only
I don't know what
Israelite
you
that I
talking about. You
actually
Yo,
lost
know.
with all that.
it's
But hey,
Omar.
peace and
It's Omar.
blessings to all
Can I
y'all.
respond
Hey,
to Kasad?
shalom.
Hold on,
Hold on.
Kasad, don't
Barakatah.
leave.
Hey,
I'm
y'all
the
Kasad,
have a
don't
only
good
leave.
night.
Don't leave. Hold on. This is Omar. Don't leave, Kasad. Guess what, Kasad? I agree with everything that you said, brother. My my only pushback is I just wanted to hear Kosmon's retort without being cut off. Now, are we supposed to destroy anything that comes across the Bible? Yes. Have I been disrespectful against other cultures and beliefs? Highly, yes. And guess what? I love being disrespectful. But sometimes I will sit back and let a brother get his speech out. So Kasad, I 100% agree with you, and I have no pushback. And you have always been a good brother to me. Khan Adawan Khan and Shalom, brother. I love you. You know you my brother, and I love you, Kasad.
No, once again, y'all trying to paint a narrative. Before I let them get it, y'all trying to paint a narrative on me. It wasn't even like that. I seen some, you know what I mean? The scriptures tell us, blessed is the man who what? Walks in righteousness, bro. Cursed be the man who trusts in man. You know what I mean? The scriptures tell us these things. Psalms 1:1 is going to tell you exactly what you need to do. And if the brother try to pull up here, like, yeah, you know, then you got to be about it. You know what I mean? I ain't debating. I'm telling y'all what it is. Y'all say y'all claim y'all real. Y'all say y'all some real niggas and all of this. Then what I said, when I say to you, and we speaking, you gonna go back and pull up the video and see what I'm saying is right. And most of y'all don't. You know what I mean? I don't got time to be making money off of debating and ain't nobody changing their soul. Y'all FOS. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to change the topic or anything. It just is what it is, bro. You know what I mean? I love you. You know what I mean? You Yasharal, Kasad, Omar, all of y'all, you know what I mean? And I already know where the I feel him, but I already know where that come from. It come from me not believing in your idol, and that's cool too. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, y'all gonna have to know when everything done, you will know that he is Yahweh. And I'm out of here, man. You know what I mean? Kosmon, hey, once again, I don't mess with your doctrine. I know you got this, you know what I mean? Because you still believe in the creator. Yahweh own.
You gonna come on over to my side in a minute. You gonna see I was never lying, brother. You gonna see that everything that they saying that the demonic acts in the Bible is really a lesser God pump faking like he the creator.
Or
All the
maybe
good stuff that they say about the so-called God in the Bible are actually applied to the creator. We believe that. We know that's real. But all
Or
the
maybe,
negative things they say about it, nah, we don't rock with that. And as you know, I don't turn down no Bible, I don't turn down no faith, no Maharabha, nothing. You know, I'm into everything. But what I am into is objectivity. I don't like to be in belief at all. I think if you gotta use belief in any way, it's fake. You know what I mean? So I just look at it a little different. But you know what's up, bro. You know I don't be capping.
yeah,
Right?
you know what I mean?
I
Yahweh only,
think
man. You feel me? Yahweh God, man.
peace, King. I think the major thing that we get into the understanding is that science itself is a methodology, right? It's a way of learning about the natural world, but it is distinct from philosophical views of reality, y'all, such as naturalism or theism. This is what we forgetting. It's still a philosophical view. So when you can prove the foundations of the philosophical theories brought about by it, like through things like Big Bang and all that, where it gives through the measurement of the cosmic microwave background a 67.4 starting rate, but now when we're looking at it, measuring it in real time, it's faster. Right? We've proven that Hubble and James Webb have both backed the data. You dig what I'm saying? So we gotta just admit that, like the Nobel laureate Adam Rees said, our knowledge of what we believe about the universe is incomplete. Right? Just like, remember, you gotta remember, naturalism is built on an assumption. And until my brother just admits this, right? We can't never even debate this, because you trying to tell me to be real, but can't make your theory real. The closed loop buries you. Hold on. The closed loop theory buries you, right? And you can't even get your naturalism off the ground. You just got to go back and rewrite it, bro. Right? We're not saying that naturalism isn't to be used or not believed. Owaspie even touts the methodological naturalism, that things of facts, figures, axioms, things commonly known, empirically proven, can prove light. Right? Owaspie agrees with that. It said that's the only way you can prove anything. So you dig what I'm saying there? Arguing the point is moot. But I'm just bombing from the stratosphere, taking the legs out from under naturalism, because objectively, scientifically, in the real natural world, a closed loop system in a universe that is steadily expanding can't be proved.
Yeah, so this where, you know what I mean, I'll let y'all get into it, you know what I mean? I don't
So
know
you
about all that.
you the moderator, Smash.
No, hell no, bro. This your show. I apologize, Shalak. I'm gone.
So
no disrespect, bro. I apologize.
So y'all heard what he just said, and before matter of fact, Smash, wasn't you just here when I just went back over my pre? Omar, are you here? Omar.
Yo, the ghost is always in the shadow listening. Go ahead, brother.
So was you paying attention when I just went over my presentation?
I was highly paying attention. Go ahead.
So you heard what he just said about Hubble. He brought back up the Hubble tension.
Listen, humble.
And hold on, Omar. Listen, brother. I just want you. You said you was highly paying attention. So I want to know if you was highly paying attention
with me.
So he brought up Hubble, right? And then he brought up the closed loop system once again. And then he brought up assumptions. When I brought up my presentation, what did I say he was going to do? Or what did I say he did even in his presentation? What did he do? What fallacy did he commit, Omar?
Well, to be honest about it, you never let Brother Kosmon land his premises.
He just no, because he just landed his plane. He just set up here and
Why you mute me out, brother?
and
I'm gonna mute myself out. Don't mute me out. I'm gonna mute my own self out. I'm gonna mute out. Don't mute me out. I'm gonna mute myself out.
Hold on, because you just said that I still, after letting him explain what he explained, and you just said I still didn't let him land his plane. After I let him land his plane, he said exactly what I went against in my presentations. He made the same two fallacies, he made the same fallacies after I just pointed them out in my presentations. That's why if you said you paid attention to my presentation, I'm asking, what fallacies is this man just playing? Number one, he's using the word
Stop putting me in the middle of you.
I'm
the
not
Cosmon.
okay.
Nigga, you are. Right. You asking me.
You're right.
Stop putting me in
so
the
middle
what we
going
of
to do.
you and Cosmon's conversation. This is between you. Listen, I don't want to talk.
Right, I got you.
I want to mute out. When you ask me,
so mute out. So mute out. We got you.
I will mute out.
So mute. I got you, Brody. I got you.
No. Don't mute me out. I'm gonna mute my own.
Hey, yo, this is my show. Y'all not about to keep doing that to me, bro. Yo, y'all not about to keep doing that, bro. Y'all not about to keep doing that. If I asked you to clarify something, you said you was here. If you was here, I'm asking you to clarify something, point blank, period. So now, since you don't want to classify, you made a great decision. You said, so don't put me in there. You clarify it. Okay, so now let me clarify it. Since you don't want to clarify it, I'm going to clarify it, right? What fallacy did he just commit again, right? The first fallacy that he keep committing is keep saying that naturalism is an assumption. It's an assumption. It's a belief. Yeah, we won't disagree with you on that. But
debate over with.
Hold on. I just let you talk uninterrupted. Don't interrupt. Hold on. What does assumptions mean in science? Right? Provisional, testable boundaries and conditions required by conservation laws and physics, not belief, Kosmon.
You don't have those.
Kosmon.
You don't have any of those.
But in physics, to measure interactions, open to refinement. How did Kosmon just describe assumptions, y'all? He just used it in a dogmatic belief way, as an absolute and unquestionable faith. He held it in sight without physical evidence. So what he's doing, hold on, Kosmon, because I didn't cut you off.
My bad, you right.
So here's what I'm saying. When Kosmon is speaking, he's speaking from a lack of knowledge when it comes to how he's speaking about the scientific realm, right? You can't just say, oh, well, methodological naturalism make assumptions. Yes, but those assumptions are a lot like the assumptions that religious people make or people make on an everyday basis. Those assumptions is backed up by scientific experimentation. So that's the first fallacy. So here's another fallacy that he made, right? He brought up Hubble, and he keeps saying that Hubble proved naturalism math fails. He keeps saying this. He said it tonight, right? Listen, and he even brought up the physicists that I use, right? What's the 10% discrepancy, right? It said there's roughly a 10% difference between what model A predicts and the expansion rate should be and what model B actually measure it to be in our local universe. In precision science, a 10% mismatch between two methods that should equal the same thing is a very big deal. Why is it not a failure of naturalism or physical law? This is what Kosmon don't understand. Critics like Kosmon sometimes point to this as a gap as proof as what he's doing, that the math isn't math, and this is exactly what he's saying, or that the universe is breaking its own rules. This is what he's saying. However, astrophysicists such as Nobel laureate Adam Rees, who he quoted, who helped pioneer these measurements, explain that this is a normal part of scientific discovery. It's not saying what Kosmon is saying, oh, it break physics and physics ain't working and this is why naturalism is wrong. It's telling you, right, that how we do this is about trial and error. We make predictions, we make hypotheses, we make this. Sometimes we get this hypothesis, sometimes we get this hypothesis, but we're always progression. This is a normal part of scientific discovery. So even when he's talking about the Hubble tension, he's leaving out the fact that this is a normal part of scientific discovery. So he don't know what scientific discoveries are. These aren't saying that it's breaking science. No. These discrepancies usually point to hidden variables, minor collaboration errors in our instruments, or an incomplete understanding of how certain stars evolve, not a sudden injection of magical energy or the collapse of physical law, like Kosmon is trying to say. So even his explanation on that was flawed. So this is what I'm saying, and I tried to ask, Omar, but then Omar wanted to, oh, well, no, I don't know. You was here when I said that. So now, Kosmon, you saying what I put up on the screen. What's up? Would you got anything you want to add? You got anything you want to say to that?
Yeah, you got beat up and proved that you just regurgitated everything I said. I said Hawaspi showed you before 1881, and then science goes back and shows you that they didn't learn it till 2019, and then you double down and agreed with that assessment. Now, share my screen real quick. Hold on. Let me share this with you, right? Because let's really get into what Adam Reed said, right? Let's really get into the whole problem with his naturalistic, subjective point of view, which wouldn't be a problem if they would just admit that. If they would just admit that, it wouldn't even be a problem. See, naturalism assumes, right, that the entire realm of nature to be a closed system of material causes and effects, which cannot be influenced by anything from the outside, but they can't prove an outside. Right? This is what they're not understanding. Naturalism is a worldview, just like theism is a worldview. But what he's failing to understand is that is a distinct thing from the practice of science. Huh? You got to understand the philosophical presupposition of both theism or naturalism. And I'm not proposing for theism, but I'm saying, right? His point is to try to down talk the religious. I'm showing you in practical sense and in their practice, they are both using a presupposition, right? A belief. It's built on an assumption. So this is why I called it scientific naturalism, calling religious the pot black. You dig what I'm saying? Because they're actually talking out of both sides of their mouth. Now, the problem with this is, let's see what the science actually says. What the real scientist Adam Reed said. He said this was a problem. Huh? Our understanding of the universe may be incomplete, with two NASA flagship telescopes now confirming each other's findings. We must take this Hubble tension problem very seriously. Why? Because you got to go back to the drawing board. It wouldn't even be a problem if my brother, who did a 5-second Google search and then used AI to put a couple little slats together. I'm not debating the little fundamental points of your naturalism. I shot the foundation from under your feet. Right? We can't see a closed system in quote unquote nature, in the observable world, and especially not the universe which is the claim system of closed systems that naturalism is talking about. Naturalism makes an assumption right off tops. So my thing is, but they'll try to bash the religious mind. I'm saying, no, keep it 100. You just as subjective. If the foundational principle of a theory can't be proven objectively, the theory can't stand objectively, right? Religion talks about immaculate words and infallible errant words, and so does
Owaspy.
Naturalism. It go into naturalism. You dig what I'm talking about? But let's get into Owaspy since you want to talk about it. Owaspy completely shatters the arrogance of both sides.
So while religion, abracadabra in the front of that book. Why?
Because abracadabra is a monotonous spell that you use to put a person under hypnosis type state when you're doing Reiki healing on their body. You make them repeat it. You make them repeat it and repeat it and repeat it to put themselves in like a trance-like state. That's why it's in there. But look, see, this is why Owaspy completely shatters the arrogance of both sides of naturalism and deism. While religion claims its texts are flawless and naturalism claims its foundational assumptions are perfect, Owaspy states outright that not immaculate is his book, Owaspy. By openly admitting that it's not perfect, it immediately kills the religious impulse. This is why when he came up here and asked me for a scientific proof that Owaspy is the founding revealer of. You know, it gave the foundation on it, right? It came out at a very fortuitous time, right? Because none of these things were actually known. Science didn't know. You dig what I'm talking about? And couldn't prove till 2019 what Owaspy was stating in 1881.
We gotta prove that, Kosmon.
I already showed it.
No, you didn't.
I did. I showed it in Owaspy and right here. Hold on. I'll show it again. Leave my screen up. I'll show it again because you was hating so much. It blinded you, bro.
And then it's my turn. Once you do this,
it hated you. Do you hold on? Do you see this?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that? What did it say?
See that, bro?
Do you see? Hold on. Do you see what? Now I'm being real with you, bro.
Earth's atmosphere.
Do you see where it says
far beyond the moon?
Okay. So you see that wider than to the moons of a planet, right? I have created the vortices, which is the atmosphere, and they carry the moons also, right? This is why it orbits. Not that we're not denying that anybody. Hold on, be quiet, bro, because you keep confusing this part. You keep saying like I'm even bringing this up. That's a given, right? That the moon orbits, right? But they didn't know. Nor could they prove till 2019 what Owaspy was revealing in 1881, that the moon is still in the atmosphere. So you got to go way out past the geocorona. You dig what I'm talking about? Of our atmosphere to get into actual interstellar space. That's what Owaspy is proving in 1881. Nobody knew it. Right? Right? They had some old data that they had caught, but they couldn't decipher it at the time in the 1960s, 1970s. Right? But it wasn't until 2019, 140 some years after Owaspy that they're proving the statements in Owaspy that the moon is carried in the atmosphere, meaning that the moon is in the atmosphere of the earth, being bound by the Earth's vortex. And look, he said I didn't show it. But again, I'll show it again. He asked for proof. Right? This ain't no old stuff. Tiny wisp of air stretch way out into deep space, far beyond the moon's orbit. Look, this is our planet right here. Hold on. Look, bro. Bro. Stop.
I'm here.
Because you keep
What I'm
mixing this up.
doing? What am I doing?
All right, just watch this.
I'm here.
Because he keep mixing this part up. Right, watch this, y'all. Hold on, let me blow this up. Right, he keeps saying and adding in orbit. Right, but what we're saying is the moon. This is the Earth here, right? The moon is orbiting in Earth's atmosphere, which is way at certain parts 330, 360,000 miles away from the Earth, and as close as 220. You dig what I'm saying? So they didn't understand. They thought that the moon rolled at the rim of our atmosphere. That was the common thought, that the moon was the farthest point. Owaspy said, no, that's phallus. That's fallacy. You dig what I'm saying? That's fallacy. The whole orbit is in the atmosphere. Science figured it out in 2019. He asked for it. I gave it to him. Now it's time for this brother to debunk the work, right? Because the moon flies through the Earth's atmosphere. Owaspy just showed y'all that in the book of Jehovah 3 and 4, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I was showing, man. You asked for proof. I gave you scientific, empirically proven data. Right? That nobody knew in 1881.
Oh my gosh, I hate the fact
now go ahead.
Don't worry about it. Here I come. Just bear with me. My laptop battery a little crazy right now, but when I get to it, we're gonna get to it. Hold on. Because
I'm
everything
not against
just
naturalism.
Said, hold on 1 second, Kosmon. I got you. I know. Listen, we only doing this for the what's called. Matter of fact, go ahead, because my laptop acting stupid, bro. And it's really
you dig what I'm talking about. If you can't hold it down by the information that you already know, get that together because you're gonna need it. I know this information off the top of my head.
I mean, of course, bro. I know that. I just want to show the people. You see what I'm saying? See, I'm into showing the people, right? So then they can make their own decisions. You see what I'm saying? I could just like read it and join in that nature, but I actually want to show the people. You see what I'm saying? I just wanted to be all right. Okay. So now you just talked about that Owaspy part about the moon and the earth and how he created the vortices that also encompass the earth and things of that nature, right? So now you acting like this came out before they had it, and this goes back to my point, and this is why I was bringing up the traditions.
You're missing the point.
Hold on, Cosmo, let me go. I'll let you go, right? The
right, but you keep missing the point. We're talking about the realization. Hey, listen, we're talking about.
We ain't about to do that. I sat here and let you talk before I say anything.
Bro, but you about to say a whole bunch of shit that I didn't.
No. Before I be having anything, they gonna have Omar up here talking about. I ain't give him no space to talk after weeding everybody. Everybody in the comments, put your hands up if you just saw him give his dissertation. Now I'm about to give a dissertation to his. I'm about to give a response to what he said. I didn't cut him off. I didn't tell him wait. I ain't none of that. Now I'm about to get into it. He want to cut me off. I just want to point that. Let me cam up now. I just want to point that out because I don't want y'all to say that I wasn't being fair. I let him get out everything he had to say. And then it was my turn. And now I got out with, you feel me? Now he want to cut me off. I'm going to let you back up, Kosmon, but you got to let me finish, bro.
It's a real buster move.
So listen. So now let's get into it.
That, bro. I don't respect you for that, bro. Go ahead.
The spiral universe concept in Kosmon is often associated with the Kosmon church or visionary text is tied to cosmonic philosophy. spiritualism, and alternative cosmology. Traces its roots back to mixed 19th century spiritualist cosmology and early esoteric interpretations of astronomy. Interpretations of astronomy. This isn't some, oh, well, the Book of Owaspy had it first, and then we didn't know nothing about it. Let's get into it. Let me prove this, right? During the 1800s, as astronomy began revealing the vast scale of the nebulae, many which were observed and have spiral shapes before modern telescopes. So what is Kosmon talking about that the Owaspy Bible had this before they knew that the spirals in the ether and stuff like that, way before the scientists knew? No, they didn't. Astronomers was already working on this. This is where John Newborough got it from. Let's be real about it. It says many of which were observed and have spiral shapes before modern telescopes identified them with distant galaxies. Spiritualists and esoteric writers frequently incorporated these shapes into their metaphysical methods. The Kosmon tradition, heavily influenced by the Owaspy Bible published in 1882 and related to spiritual philosophy, viewed the universe not as a static machine, but as a living, evolving vortex. Why is this important? Before modern relativity and quantum mechanics, dominated physics, alternate thinkers heavily relied on ether theory and vortex motion, popularized scientifically by thinkers like Rene Descartes. This is where they're getting this from. And he wants you to believe that this all came from an angel, right? Or somebody just had him transwriting. You really think that John Newborough didn't know the workings of Rene Descartes? When you look at Rene Descartes' vortex philosophy and you look at the Bible, it lines up. And Rene Descartes came before this, so how do you say it came from this? This is why I smashed, and he didn't want me to read this in the beginning. Because this is how this set all of this into, this is how this really put an end into this Owaspy versus naturalism thing. Because once I start getting into this and we start questioning Owaspy, y'all gonna start looking at Kosmon like, yo, you just another religion, bro. You with the flim-flam stuff. Hold up, bro. This ain't no divine mechanics happening here. Hold up, bro. You trying to trick us, bro. This trickology right here. Once you start to realize where John Newborough got his information from. See, Kosmon wants you to believe that John Newborough was just some regular guy who one day bought a typewriter and just started bringing this information. No, bro. He practiced spiritualism. He was into metaphysics and philosophy and stuff like that. That was his topics to be in. He was in seance. Kosmon won't tell you this man was partaking in seances. He was doing stuff like this. So then how do we just go off of the work and say, oh, well, the work came due by divine intervention. But then when we look around them, right, the same thing we do to the, and it's, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there. But this is why we know the Owaspy Bible ain't nothing special. It ain't nothing special. It ain't nothing new. It's just a 19th century spiritual text. That's all it is. And when you read it, you literally get religious. It's a religious setting. It's a religious tone. Ain't nothing about it truly scientific. And we're going to get more into that on Tuesday. I'm really going to go, we diving deep and exposing Owaspy on Tuesday. But right now, I'm going to finish with this, and I'm going to land my plane because I want Kosmon to respond to this. And I'm going to let Omar back up. Long as you can stay muted, Omar. We got anybody else back down here? I'm going to let Omar back up. As long as you stay muted, Brody. Okay, now let's go to vortex philosophy and ether theory. Before I just read that, right? It said the universe was believed to be filled with subtle fluids, ether, that moves swirling vortex or spiritual. This is before. This was being taking place before the Owaspy, though, Kosmon. Spiritual evolution and the physical formation of the star systems were thought to mirror each other and spiraling outward in the central divine source on spinning inwards on higher states of consciousness, esoteric mapping of time and eras. In many Kosmon's teaching, Kosmon itself represents the age of cycle spiritual awakening, succeeding the cycle of Jehovah or previous religion echoes. Time and spiritual progress were visualized.
That word is epoch. You don't even know what you're talking. It's an epoch. Do you know what an epoch is?
As a cyclical, hold on, bro, or spiritual progression where humanity returns to similar themes at higher levels of understanding, right? So now let's get into it, right? Why would John Newborough?
I ain't heard nothing evil yet.
Hold on, Cosmon. I appreciate the little interaction, and you correct me. Okay, I gave you that point, but hold on, let's get it, bro. So why would John Newborough put this in his book? John Bailey Newborough, including the elaborate cosmology of vortex motion and spiral universe in the Owaspy 1882 to fulfill a very specific ambition to reconcile cutting-edge 19th century science with sweeping new spiritual order. This is an agenda, y'all. This is an agenda. This ain't no divine intervention. He put this in here because he wanted to bridge science with spirituality. That's what John Newborough's plan was. Let's get into it. Bridging science and spirituality. During the late 1800s, traditional religious frameworks were being heavily challenged by rapid scientific discoveries in geology, astronomy, and evolutionary theory. Newborough, who was an inventor and deeply interested in contemporary science, wanted to write a new Bible that could not look outdated next to science. By incorporating vortex mechanics and astronomical theory of his day, astronomical theories of his day, he attempted to present a universe governed by universal immutable laws rather than arbitrary magic, suggesting that science and spirituality were simply two sides of the same coin. Huh? So this brother is just coming through and he's just trying to bridge the gap between science and religion. Okay. I told y'all, family. And see, this is just the beginning. When I start digging deep, we're going to see how deep it really go, how he trying to bridge science and religion, right? Eliminating a static clockwork universe. The Victorian science was heavily leaning towards a mechanic view of the universe, often described as a giant clockwork machine. Newborough rejected this cold, lifeless perspective by framing the cosmos as spiral living vortex driven by the divine energy and angelic hierarchies. Anytime you say angelic anything, you're moving into the realm of supernatural. This is the issue we're having right here. He say Owaspy is natural, but they talking about angelic hierarchies. You're talking about divine energy. Hold up now, we got a whoop. Angelic hierarchies. Come on now, we can't. Hey, I told y'all the more we go, we're gonna start seeing some religion up in here. You don't see none of that. You don't see none of that in naturalism. You ain't gonna see no angelic nothing in naturalism. And infusing the physical universe with warmth, purpose, and continual evolution, to him, a spiral universe was proof that everything in existence was actively growing, shifting, and progressing towards higher planes of consciousness. Now, this is just his point of view. Well, now Kosmon shared his point of view as well. But this was just this man's point of view. He didn't know. He was just taking the science and the spirituality and the seance, and he this is what he did, and he wanted to create a new Bible out of this. Now, Kosmon can do the same thing, but yeah, he decides to pick up something that's just irrelevant. I don't know why he chooses to do this, but but this man is just a man who wanted to, he had some philosophical views, and he want to put them in a book, and he want to eliminate the religiosity, and he wanted to bridge the gaps between science and religion. Let's keep going. I'm gonna land my plane right here. Ultimately, Newborough wanted to usher in a unified global society. New World Order, y'all. New World Order. Which y'all say that Illuminati. That's why y'all gotta watch out for these people, man. This man wanted to bring about a new world order. The Kosmon age that transcended warranty, sectarian religions. I just told y'all that, to unite humanity under one banner. He tried to come in and do exactly what Rome and Vatican City tried to do. He tried to make everybody one thing. That transcended warring sectarian religions to unite humanity under one banner. He felt he had to rewrite the history of the earth. He felt this ain't coming from no Jehovah. He felt this. He just wanted to pin it on Jehovah, but he felt this, that he had to rewrite history. No, we ain't rewriting nothing, my brother. We got to go into history and see what happened. This is what empiricism does. We don't change anything, but we go and we look at and we uncover the truths. We don't change the truth. We don't change history. We uncover history, right? And so, and the sky, by grounding his spiritual philosophy. See, I got a scientific philosophy. I got a philosophical worldview that's grounded in science. He got a spiritual philosophy that just have to do with science. Like, I don't understand this, man. And so arguing that humanity's spiritual evolution was locked into a very spiritual, energetic geometry that of the cosmos itself. So the reason I want to land there is because that say everything it need to say, bro. That say everything it need to say.
It do.
My man running around here, and see, this is why.
Mm-hmm.
This is why.
Are you gonna land your plane, bro?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna land my plane right here. And I'm gonna bring in Islam for this. I ain't gonna dip the brothers. I'm gonna bring in Islam. But this is why I'm never
don't got nothing to do with
the Abrahamic religions. I'll just say the Abrahamic religions. I ain't gonna point them out individually. But this is why we bring them into it. Because it sounds just like that. It ain't no different. And we know why it sounds like that. Because the man that wrote it was heavily influenced by these spiritual systems. Right? This is why I agree with my brother Ashay, the Madame Slavaskis. He knew Madame. He was with the Madame Slavaskis. They did some seances together before. See, Cosmo won't tell you about that. Look that up. The Law One. And an organization with him, Madame Slavaski, Manly P. Hall. Look at what they was doing. Cosmo won't tell you about that. He won't tell you John Newborough was in them seances with them people. What he was doing, Cosmo, being in them seances. And now Cosmo gonna try to flip it. Oh, they rise in consciousness. See, when you in a religion, when you in an Abrahamic religion, you better get away from them with that seance talk. They ain't doing no seance, no magic, no none of that. If it ain't about the Yahweh, you got to get away from that. But they'll come and they'll tell you, no, yeah, they was doing seances to raise their consciousness. Y'all religious people, y'all don't know this yet. See, y'all don't know how to get to the angels. We got to raise our consciousness to get to the angels. And the religious people looking at y'all like, what? I'm going to land my plane right there, man. This is, hey, man, this is wild. This is wild. Let's get into it, though, Cosmo. I'm going to land my plane. I'm going to let you get it in. I'm going to let you share your screen.
That was bad. That was just bad. You dig what I'm saying? First of all, my whole point is I'm not even arguing with him no more. I've destroyed naturalism at its foundation. It's an assumption. That's the whole point that we're even talking or debating or having any back and forth. You trying to rail against religion. I'm saying yours is just as subjective and assumptive. Your point of view is. And as I was stated before, I was rudely cut off. He said I stopped, but okay, I gave it to him. See, I'm going to just end it with this, right? Owaspy completely shatters the arrogance of both sides. While religion claims its texts are flawless and naturalism claims its foundational assumptions are perfect, right? Owaspy outright states it's not immaculate, right? Period. By openly admitting it is not perfect, it immediately, so when he puts us in this, oh, you're a religion, and it just show you he just another ignorant person talking about something or a book he's never even read. He's actually afraid to read. He's terrified of Kosmon. That's why he ain't addressed nothing I said. Right? Because he would have to address this. Openly admitting it's not perfect immediately kills the religious impulse. It does not ask you to worship a book or accept it blindly. Right? He can't. And then Owaspy does say science and spirituality are virtually two sides of the same coin. They're interdependent. Right? And objectively, science is trying to explain the unseen cause of what's objective, right? The unseen cause behind what you can see. Spirituality is doing the exact same thing, trying to explain the unseen cause behind what you can see, right? Owaspy don't ask you to worship it or accept it. Instead, the text explicitly states its purpose, right? Right? Now, with the purpose of naturalism, the one main purpose it can't do besides prove its foundational assumption that we're in this closed loop, right? Unlike Owaspy, it states its purpose to teach mortals how to attain to hear the Creator's voice. They don't even know, right? In times of darkness, men call that voice their conscience, right? See, it operates as an open-ended guide to higher physics and history, completely rejecting the closed box traps of both standard world's view, the theism or naturalism. See, we can prove that it's subjective by the point that I can choose to apply it or not. That's how we know it's a choice. Right? And he acts as if there was a creator and he created all things, right? That the things that he created, let's just say in the 1600s, wouldn't reflect things that created in the 1700s, 1800s to the common era. What he don't know is because he won't read is that in Owaspy meets neither are nor were the revelations in this Owaspy wholly new to mortals. So to bring up Descartes and his theory on a vortex, it wasn't turned into a science to a faithist named Hugh Rose, who worked at NASA, created a book in 1984 and from the think tanks created in the early 90s. In 1996, the science of vortex science was created. Huh? That's because a person read Owaspy. Look it up. His name is Hugh Rose. Right? But none of this is not all of it is new. Right? To be truth, it must stand alone. It don't need no crutch. The same things have been revealed at times to many. It also states because this is why it's called Owaspy. Right? Because the light is comprehensive. This knowledge is comprehensive. Comprehensive means encompassing many things. Embracing what? Corporeal or physical and spiritual things. What this brother thinks, he thinks because he won't read that spirits are supernatural. Oahspe explains they're also physical. The same way you got three. Hold on, I'm not done. The same way you got three classes of water. It could be solid, liquid, or gaseous. It explains the spirit would be the liquid, right? In comparison to man and spiritual ascension, right? This is because this is the beginning of the Kosmon era, this so-called golden era of information, right? They think this just happens by chance, right? Hold on, I let him get it out, right? Naturalism asserts, right? I keep telling y'all they got dogmatic assumptions just like religion. It's the pot calling the kettle black. He already killed himself. Oahspe's on a higher level. It's trying to do the purpose of what spirituality does and what science does. It's not trying to turn down neither. But naturalism asserts, right, that mind is blind dead matter. See? Naturalism asserts that dead unconscious elements like hydrogen, carbon, and sulfur clumped together by accident until they formed a biological brain, which then spat out consciousness as a byproduct. So to remain a naturalist, you must assume a thought is nothing more than the physical blood flow and electrical synapses, as shown in the book Metaphysics with Pre-Critical Monism, Hegel, on the lower natural kinds and structure of reality, again, by Creams, where he states, we are subject to a natural and unavoidable illusion, right? In naturalism, which itself rests on subjective principles and passes them off as objective, right? Naturalism suffers from an incurable flaw known in the philosophy as the hard problem of consciousness. Science can map which brain regions light up when you look at a color, but it cannot mathematically prove how or why dead atoms magically flip a switch to create the actual internal subjective experience of awareness. See the limitations? See, believing matter alone creates the mind is a subjective leap of faith, not a settled fact. And that is one problem called the nemesis of naturalism, which is consciousness. See, the hard problem is a euphemism, right? In naturalism, they have what is called a hard problem, and that is consciousness, right? The hard problem is a euphemism since it's really a problem that's impossible to solve. Naturalism will never be able to explain, per Benjamin Cain. Religion makes dogmatic assumptions. The ghost in the machine, right? They doing the same thing, y'all. This is what I'm showing. It's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. But yet he wants to act like he's better because he's putting scientific at the end of his assumption. Traditional religion assumes the mind is entirely non-physical soul floating inside the brain like a ghost piloting a machine. It dictates that the magical soul commands the brain to move the body, but it fails to explain the objective timeline of neuroscience, which proves that physical neurons fire in the brain before a person is even consciously aware of their own thoughts. This view is called the God of the theory gap, all right? The God of the gap theory. But what the naturalist, like my brother, can't even consider because he's in a little closed-in box is what if God is the gap? Huh? What if the God that he trying to explain don't exist, right? I keep telling y'all, he fronting. He's a metaphysicist, right? Cosplaying a naturalist. Because a naturalist isn't even trying to prove God exists or don't. right? So it shows you the falseness in his ideology and his thinking. But what if God is a destination or a state of being that is acquired by man, not a magical spook sitting on a throne in the sky, right? Book of Discipline, Owaspy, hear your God, O man, and distinguish then that the two, God and the creator, are not the same one. But here's the key, nor is your God more than what you shall become, huh? Showing God is the destination. He's the gap, right? That's the gap. See, let's go precept upon precept, right? It is your responsibility to what? Make a God of yourself. How, Kosmon? In your behavior and in your words and deeds. Showing literally that God is the gap. They can't even consider it, family. How to Owaspy is fundamentally different. Testing over dogma. That's the difference. And this is why I'm body bagging it. Because the Owaspy openly admits that it's not immaculate or an unquestionable idol, like Bible or naturalism, right? Which now has to go back and go ahead and rewrite itself again. Because I just crashed this foundation with Hubble tension. It does not ask you to blindly accept a philosophical theory about your soul. It views consciousness as an objective, measurable process of subtle matter. The thing that they keep theorizing is dark matter. Interacting with corpore or dense matter, physicality. It commands the reader to use their own active, living intellect to test the text against their own reason rather than relying on infallible assertions of a scientist or a priest. Book of Discipline. For which reason? See, they up here arguing something Owaspy ain't even against. We with science. We rock with it. That's why they call us objective spiritualists. We rock with what's real. Huh? For which reason you shall explain that only facts, well known or comparably proven, are light. An opinion, like this brother is giving, huh? Like naturalism is, it's an assumption, it's an opinion, is not light. Whatever professes light must know the matter by its, or whoever professes the matter, right, must know this matter by his own knowledge, that facts, numbers, figures, or axioms can demonstrate light, and that without these, then the supposed light, like this closed light or closed loop time system, is only darkness. See, this is why what I'm saying is so heavy. This is why we are the most feared group in the conscious community. Create a gang. Look, pursue this philosophy and you shall easily, huh? Because see, I'm talking about science. He addressing me. See the difference in the level of information? Pursue this philosophy and you shall easily discover who among you actually has the highest light. See, then these are the rules of light. That which is self-evident. Huh? His closed loop system is not self-evident. That which is axiomatic. It's not axiomatic. It can't be proven scientifically, naturally, or otherwise. It is an assumption. That which is substantiated by facts. These are the rules of light, or AKA knowledge. Huh? That which has a parallel known in things. Huh? Empirically. That things that lead to peace, order, and the uplifting of your neighbor and yourself. Those are light and knowledge. Owaspy is just a higher light. It doesn't teach you to praise God. It teaches you become one. It's a difference. It's just a difference. You dig what I'm talking about? We can go ahead, because he wasn't addressing none of this, right? His computer or whatever reason.
I'm about to address it now.
You dig? Well, hold on. Well, you got to wait a minute. Well, let me get it out so the people can see.
No, go ahead. You good?
And then you can address it when I'm done. Because I got to go anyway. I got something I got to do in a minute.
Let me know when it's my turn.
Yeah, my lights is cutting on. So the deep history of God as nature, right? In this section, I just want to show you the hypocrisy. Philosophical, right? Naturalism, right? Is what this brother practices. He's tried to split them. Oh, methodological. It's naturalism. That's the assumption, right? This section exposes the historical origins of naturalism, proving it was invented by deeply religious individuals who define God as the universe itself. Ultimately, what? Aligning with the OWASP. Watch what you wish for. I will punch on you because you're talking ignorantly about a thing you don't know. You're trying to debate a thing you don't know.
Okay.
Read the very first page. Hold on, be quiet. You got my name in the show. I'm just addressing it. You couldn't, your stuff wasn't up to snuff that you couldn't just show the video. So now I'm just going back over it so the people can judge for themselves. Because remember, my video is actually a reaction to your video. You did something else before and kept my name in your mouth the whole time. Bad mouthing me. I'm all type of everything, but you ain't debunked none of the science. Why? Because you're a hypocrite, right? And let me show you why. Because you arguing a point that OWASP agree with. That naturalism agree with. Philosophical naturalism did not emerge out of a neutral secular vacuum. The thinkers who built its foundations were individuals deeply shaped by religious upbringings and theological frameworks. They made a subjective choice to shift their religious devotion away from a traditional church and pour it directly into the order of the material world, making them materialists. Right? The godfather of early naturalism, Baruch Spinoza, did not invent naturalism to destroy the concept of God. So what is this dude doing? What is he even doing? Why would he even bring it up? He was raised in a strict traditional Orthodox Jewish community. So watch what he's spewing, y'all. And he introduced early naturalism to prove that God is a religious, unyielding reality. He explicitly argued against atheism. So when this dude is up here babbling as a metaphysicist, what is he doing? Ask yourself. Stating that the laws of nature are the absolute proof of an infinite mind. So it is safe to say that a naturalist claiming a creator doesn't exist actually doesn't even understand his own subjective belief. God is the universe, the forgotten truth in his naturalism. Right? He bashes God. He ain't religious. But the niggas who quote and created his ideology that he stand on is, can you say hypocrite? Spinoza's naturalism was built entirely on the Latin phrase Deus sive natura, meaning God or nature. He proved that God and the physical universe are the exact same single infinite substance. Later founders of modern naturalism, like John Dewey, were raised devout Christians and likewise argued that the religious emotions of awe and community should be directed at the boundless universe itself. How OWASP is fundamentally different? The interdependent law, right? This is the ultimate intersection of history, science, and morality. While naturalism tries to strip morality away from physics, and religion tries to strip science away from faith, Book of Cosmogony 38, 11, and 6 declares that there is no such thing as separating science and religion. OWASP unifies what Spinoza and Dewey were just trying to touch on. The division of labor, right? Here we go. The text reveals that the true goal of science is to obtain knowledge, while the true goal of religion or spirituality is to do good. Here's your true universal loop. They cannot be separated because they are completely interdependent. To actually do good in the physical world requires precise scientific knowledge. And to attain great scientific knowledge requires a clean, unselfish desire to do good with it. That's a Hadouken. By declaring not immaculate this book, Owaspy aligns perfectly with this cooperative rule. No formula is final. And no book is an idol. They are simply tools, just like naturalism, meant to work together to optimize the living universe. I'll close it real quick. In closing, at this point, I think the information has proven objectively, right, that naturalism is a subjective belief, no different than any religion, right? But why Owaspy defeats both systems is that to conclude this complete study, we can look up at Owaspy is neither a subjective religion nor a dogmatic naturalism, proving it stands alone as an objective framework for reality. It rejects the holy text idol. Religions demand that their books be viewed as immaculate, flawless, and beyond criticism. By declaring not immaculate is this book, the Owaspy strips away the very tool used to build religious dogma, forcing the reader to act as an independent thinker rather than a blind believer. It destroys the separation of truth. Naturalism claims science is the only truth. Religion claims faith is the only truth. Owaspy shatters this false choice by proving that science, the pursuit of knowledge, and religion, or spirituality, the pursuit of doing good, are structurally interlocked together. One cannot function without the other. It explains spirit as higher physics, not supernatural. Right? Supernatural, what he doesn't understand, would still be in the natural world since it's in a closed box. Per his assumption, right? Traditional religion says spirit is magic. Naturalism says spirit is a myth or supernatural. The Owaspy states that spirit is a literal, tangible, physical state of the universe that operates on a fast vibrating wavelength of energy. It treats the unseen world with the rigor of higher physics, not mysticism. It demands faith objectified. Naturalism assumes faith is just a passive, subjective opinion hidden inside a person's brain. The Owaspy completely destroys this definition, stating that faith is belief objectified. True faith must manifest as a concrete, visible object in the real world, such as physically eating a clean vegetarian diet, abandoning personal property, building organic brotherhoods, and physically feeding orphans. You can walk into a faithless community and literally touch the objective truth of our world view. Right? Now, secondly, right, why you can't compare Owaspy to any religion or anything, first of all, it exposes all of them. That's one. And secondly, it outlaws all religious beasts. The religions are the beasts that they're talking about in Revelation, in all epistemology texts. The beast, they are the religions themselves. You'll understand that when you start to understand that prophecy is personal. So if God is telling Jesus to tell John who in Revelations, right? Whose prophecy are we talking about? We're talking about God. So that right there, we got a problem. So the text explicitly warns against the danger of organized religion. So we ain't banging on that because you be trying to put some paint where it ain't. Owaspy ain't tripping. I'm tripping on anything false. False God, false niggas, false ideologies. Right? We crashed the foundation. You just got to go back to the drawing board. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And see, this is what he got the answer to this too. See, if science, right, if it's a normal part of science to simply admit that you're wrong and move on, right? Why can't he just admit that the theories thought about by naturalism were proven wrong, right? And that the Hubble tension proves that they were totally wrong, right? And then why don't he just admit that he got to go back to the drawing board because you got kneecap and double Hadouken with a double Hubble Hadouken by Kosmon, huh? You just got to go back to the drawing board, boy. And then I gave you what you was asking for in your thing. And I'm doing this stuff right off the top of the head, y'all. And I got sources. And I'm showing it scientifically. Ain't nothing I said ain't been able to be shown and backed up. Y'all got to notice that. He got AI to say anything he wants to say. But the text explicitly warns against the danger of organized religion, defining the word beast in its glossary as any dogmatic system, like naturalism, or anything that is enforced. Remember, they say, you gotta do this, kind of man. You gotta look at it this way. No, I don't. Huh? Anything that is enforced as a religion, because it outlaws all popes, priests, and fixed creeds and exclusive sects. Huh? It lacks the institutional DNA of religion, right? Right? Also, and I'm going to close with this. Owaspi states, because you have learned in words, humble, and practiced only in words, behold, the Creator come this day to command practice in works. Huh? Look what he say. I have not come to destroy your religions. You have done that already. So when you dig what I'm saying? It's a concrete administrative law. This is just why it's different. While naturalism must continuously rewrite its textbooks. Why? Because it got hit with that Hadouken at its foundation. Because it can't scientifically prove this closed loop system. I'm not arguing with him. I debunked his old point of view. Nigga, argue with that. While naturalism must continuously rewrite its textbooks because human scientists are constantly proven wrong by new data, the Owaspi positioned itself as an unyielding 24,000-year administrative history log. It records the literal chronologies of lost civilizations, linguistics, and the true copper-colored aboriginal peoples of the land, bypassing human speculation entirely. Right? And then I just get into the sources, the 19 sites that I was there. Now, you dig what I'm saying? Now, you can, now, we just want you to go ahead and debunk this, right? Now, Hubble tension debunks your ideology, right? That you're in this closed loop system, because what he won't tell y'all is, right, in this closed loop system, if you throw some energy, moves anything in this closed loop system, the radiation is supposed to move out all at the same radiating speed. No change. Hubble tension proves that it didn't. At the beginning, it moved at 67, but now they see it's at 73 and getting faster. Right? Which goes against the assumption of the closed loop system. They want to deny it. They hate that I'm bringing it out, but it's just above their pay grade. You dig what I'm talking about? This is well documented in science and philosophy. You dig what I'm talking about? Naturalism has natural issues, right? But it's distinct from science. Naturalism ain't science. It's a philosophical view of reality, right? There ain't no difference between naturalism or theism.
Is it my turn now?
Hey,
Go
humble.
ahead.
Hey, humble. It's Omar. Right quick. Because after you and Cosmon finish y'all bill, I thought Oli was supposed to be bringing his monkey ass back up here so we can do
Hey,
part
language, Omar.
Salaki.
Mhm.
Me and Oli was supposed to finish doing because he had a 10 part. We already pushed through 1 of 10, 2 and 10. Tonight was supposed to be 3 and 10. So this is for Oli, right quick. Listen, this is for Oli. This for Oli.
Hey, Omar, why you be
Stop.
doing that, bro? Hold on. How many times do we tell you you can't do stuff like that, bro? You want to get off channel flag? They got a channel flag for that last time.
No, because I showed the video. I'm not showing the video.
Right? They said you
It's only
can't play.
words. It's fair use. I'm claiming the
Okay, as
No,
copyright.
long
you
as it's
can't. You
fair
can't
use,
do
as
it,
long as it's
cuz
fair use. I
some
don't.
of that stuff. Some of that stuff you
Yeah,
can't
I
do it.
don't know.
No, listen. Listen. I'm not showing a video. All I'm showing is words. This is not here nor there, and I claim fair use. Let it go.
Why are the innocent dead and the guilty alive? Where is justice? Where is punishment? Or have you already answered? Have you already
You can't
said
hear
to
it.
the world, here is justice, here is punishment, here.
Can't hear it, bro.
Y'all didn't hear that?
No.
No, it went. It got lower. We can
Hold
hear
on.
that first.
Hold on. Because that's not fair to brother Omar. Hold on.
What you think about what we talking about, though, Omar?
Cosmon is kicking your ass right now, but I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
All right, can y'all hear it now? Can y'all hear it?
We still can't hear it, bro. We don't know what that is. It sounds like a bunch of like Legos or something falling.
All right, listen, just listen.
We listening. Every time you play it, it sounds like Legos
This ain't for
falling.
you. No, this is for Oli, because like I said, me and Oli was supposed to do part 3 of 10 tonight. So this is for Oli.
I'm gonna cover it. Who's that? Cover this. Holy shit, the money! It's him! Moving for a close up! Get a close up! I got it! Are you getting it? Watch my
Just keep listening.
It's getting low.
Keep him going! Come on, God. Answer me. For years I'm asking you why. Why are the innocent dead and the guilty alive? Where is justice? Where is punishment? Or have you already answered? Have you already said to the world, here is justice, here is punishment, here in me?
Yo, Oli. Oli. We were supposed
Omar,
we were supposed
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Okay.
Okay, once again, that was very cute. Actually, I think that was kind of sassy, but that's no here or there. That was very sassy, but that's no here or there. Me and Oli was supposed to be doing part 3 of 10. So, Humble, I don't know if A1 is listening. Humble, text that nigga, call that nigga, and I want him when you and Cosmon are done with y'all conversation. Me and Oli was supposed to finish. Well, not finish, because Oli said he had a 10-step process. We're on part 3 of 10 now. He was supposed to come up on stage tonight because I told him my time is very selective before I have to go back to work. I told him I had the next 2 days off. I was off today. I'm off tomorrow. Oli was supposed to come up here so we can finish the dialogue about slavery, repercussions, judgment, and punishment. We were supposed to finish that tonight. So Oli and A1, if you listening, call that ninja and tell that ninja to bring his ass up on stage so we can finish once Humble and Cosmon is done with their conversation. I just wanted to say that. I'll mute out. Y'all brothers got the floor.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Humble, man. God damn, man.
So first thing first.
Diabolical.
First thing first, we gonna go to Google.
I know. It is diabolical.
We gonna go to Wiki. Hold on. I should be the only one talking. First, we're gonna go to Wikipedia, right? Cosmon did all that talking, just to say what I said earlier. He throwing stones at a glass house. He don't even have a stance. He did all that saying that I don't have a stance, right? But he don't have a stance. Oh no, we welcome the religion in one sense, and then we kick the religion out of the next sense, and then we welcome science, and then we approve science, and then he don't have a stance. So we can only go off of what the publisher of the book is, right? It say the Owaspie Bible is a book published in 1882. It's a proposing to contain new revelations, but it ain't got nothing to do with religion though. From the ambassadors of the angels, host of heaven. They talking about heaven. Prepared and revealed unto man in the name of Jehovah, not in the name of Yahweh, not in the name of the Lord, not in the name of Jesus Christ, but in the name of Jehovah. It was produced by an American dentist, John Bellew Newborough, 1882 to 1891, who reported it's been written by automatic writing. He reported it was written by automated writing, making it one of the number of 19th century spiritualist work. Is a spiritualist work. He don't deny that. In one sense, he will deny it, but in another sense, he'll say it's spiritualist. Works attributed to the practice. The text defines adherents of the discipline expounded in Owaspie as faithists. He'll tell you he's not religious, but he'll tell you he's a faithist. Let's go here real fast. Cause see, he don't know. He swear I didn't read anything about the Owaspie. Right? Let's get here real quick, right? Because I can actually bring you the Owaspie book. You don't believe me? Huh? A Kosmon Bible and the words of Jehovah and his angel ambassadors. This the book, y'all. This the book. He telling me it ain't religious, though. We kind of rock with the religious people, but we ain't religious. We call ourselves spiritual, but we deal with the metaphysical. He ain't got no stance. Let's get it. Right? So when we look through this Owaspie Bible, right, it say right here. Let's just get into this a little bit.
Yeah, read it.
Hold on 1 second. Come on now, I'm speaking.
Yeah, read that.
Hold on 1 second. Owaspy, the product of automatic writing by 19th century distance name John Bailey Newborough, is a hallucinogenic reworking of cosmology and ancient history, written in pseudo archaic style. Written in a pseudo archaic style, the narrative, the style is pseudo archaic. That tells you everything you need to know about everything else. The narrative is told from two viewpoints: that of heaven and earth. This book is told from the viewpoint of heaven and earth. He'll tell you he don't believe.
If you read it, it's
God.
written in two parts.
Hey, come on now. I ain't do all of that. He'll tell you that Owaspy is they believe in the metaphysics, and the metaphysics is here, and Jehovah is nature and all of this, but they talking about heaven right here and the earth. For a large part of the books, there are parallel texts from each point of view on the top and the bottom of the page, hence the page number A and B, right? There are many moving lucid passages dealing with ethical and spiritual topics. However, these must be sought out. For a large part, Owaspy remains a sealed book. It is used as a private vocabulary. A private vocabulary? What that? A private vocabulary? Which is only partially explained and describes even of mysterious significance. These are hundreds of pages about the deeds of a vast array of gods, and goddesses, whom roam the universe. They believe an array of gods and goddesses roam the universe. This is what he believes. Oh, now he'll tell you he don't believe it, he know it. But we ain't got no proof for it, so ain't no way he can know it, because he ain't got no proof for nothing like this happening. So anyway, let's get back, right? Who roam the universe in enormous vessels. OED, take note, Newborough was possibly the first to use the word starship. There are tales of ancient prophets such as Zoroaster, Jesus, Confucius, and Moses, etc., which have practically no bias in any known mythology or history. The illustrations are remarkably in that they passes surrealism by several decades, map and view of an incomprehensible internal landscape. Oh wow! Let's see about the author real quick. John Bailey Newborough. John Bailey Newborough, born in Springfield, died, who wrote several books on religious philosophy. He wrote several books on religious philosophy from the 1880s until his death. Most notably, Owaspy published 1882. He was a dentist in New York City who became interested in spiritualism. He claimed that the Owaspy was a product of automatic write. He claimed? We need proof of that claim. Claims just don't fly around here. Because ain't that an assumption? That's an assumption. Kosmon assumed that this claim is correct. Crazy, man. It's crazy. He claimed it was a product of automatic writing. And then when the book was written, he had acted as a mere vessel to transmit divine force? What? Hold up, man. Hold up. Something's off here. Let's get into this. The glossary of strange words used in the Bible. Wait a minute now. Why would you need a glossary of strange words used in the Bible if this was transmitted from an angel to a person? For what?
Where do it say Bible at?
Hold on. Don't cut me off, bro. I
wasn't trying to cut you off. You said, where's the Bible? You said glossary of strange words used in the Bible or in that book. Because I don't think this is a Owaspy.
This book is a
I don't think, a Bible is a collection of books.
I said this book is a Bible. Hold on, cause I'm on mute. I'm not finished talking, bro. I'm not finished talking.
Yeah, I don't believe this is Owaspy.
Come on, bro. I just even showed you the. Hold on, you trying?
that's
Hold
not a
on, come on, mute up, bro. Mute up, bro. Mute up. Come on.
Go ahead.
Right? It says abracadabra. Abracadabra was a monotonous prayer set
Monotonous.
in the. Come on, bro. Come on.
You
A
didn't say the
monotonous
word
prayer
wrong.
set. Come on. Set from a triangle of short and disconnected sentences, so arranged that it was without beginning or end, the which a person in might repeat over and over and induce deep sleep or trance. Hey, don't y'all religious person call this witchcraft? I'm just saying. Persons who practice casting themselves in trance by this method were called abracadabras, following a simple prayer. Almighty One, devour me. This is the prayer. This is what the prayer sound like. Almighty One, devour me. I am with sin.
Don't just say devour me.
Hold on, bro.
It
that
said,
most definitely said devoured I am within sin. Come on, yo. Stop talking over what I'm talking, bro. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out. Come on.
The problem with your comprehension is that you don't read well.
Bro. Come on, bro. You no, I'm not. Come on.
Just stay
we know. Almighty One, devoured. Am I with sin? Immerse me, but this is a prayer. I'm not really trying to read what the fuck. Come on, I'm really not trying to read and get into with all the details for real. I'm just trying to show y'all that this is a religious book. They praying, they talking about holy of thou holies. I thought the Hebrews used the word holy. I thought the Christians used the word holy. I thought they were separate from religion. They did say we separate, but we don't deny nothing from religion. We rock with the religion. But now we separate from the religion because we don't talk about nothing religious. But in this book, they talking about, oh Father, all holies, be thy hidden name. Come on now. Come on. You got to stop doing that, bro. You still like busting you on your head. This is your book. This is your book. They talking about angels. Come on, yo. Come on, y'all. I don't want to have to drop you, Kosmon. I don't want to have to drop you, Kosmon. Come on. All right, chill out. Let me get through. I'll let you talk for like 2-3 hours. Chill out. Y'all terrible, bro. We ain't doing that. So anyway, so now again, this is his book talking about this, but this book is not a religious book, right? And so even when we look, they got archangels in here, angels next in rank to God, who dwell in certain arcs and etheria. They generally come from the dawn of the new cycles to give new inspiration to morals. So the Christians and the religious people out there, they coming to tell you what archangels
What is an angel?
Hold on. Come on. Stop doing that, bro.
Read it. It's right there. Just read it.
I gave them the uninterrupted times to speak, bro. And so now it's time for me to get in, and I'm busting his head with his own book. He set up here and say we ain't no religious, we ain't no religious people. But then when we look through the book that he reading from, this religious. Hold on, let's get into this. Right? Let's see what else we got here. I ain't got told y'all Tuesday we gonna get a whole breakdown, but I just want to give y'all something, right? They believe in Satan, right? The chief of the 7 tetrarchs, a captain of the selfish passion and selfishness per self, right? Look at this, man. They got hold on, let me find this. This is funny. Hold on. They got Isus in here. They got crucify, to melt, to test by fire, to test by binding, the original form of testing, right? A Suez or a Stargaze, the medium. This is what crucify mean? Was binding him to a will. See index, will of... I'm just saying, bro, this is crazy. Hold on. And we just taking a skim through here real quick. This ain't even nothing serious. This is just a skim, right? So they talking about Abraham and Brahma. Brahma and Abraham. What? Hold on, hold. Oh! Afterwards, Abraham and Ahuin, large and red like new copper, and had black hair and long beard, fierce to look upon, but his soul was gentle as a woman's. I'm gonna just move past that. Omar, I don't know what he's trying to say about Abraham, bro. I don't know what the book trying to say about Abraham, but I don't know. He was a Persian. Oh no, we ain't talking about the same Abraham, bro. You good? We ain't talking about the same Abraham. And the founder of the ancient. Oh no, wait a minute. We found out first. We found something that we can really get into. Hold on, let me zoom this in here. We can stop everything right now. This man's book say Abraham was a Persian and he was the father of the Hebrews. Which Hebrew Israelite in here agree with that? Come on now. Put them hands up. Hey, yo, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. So now you try and be like the Muslims. You try and tell the Hebrews who their people is. You try and tell Omar who Abraham is. You don't want to take Omar word for who Abraham is. You want to tell Omar who Abraham is. This is crazy work right here. Let's get into it, man. Brahma, an East Indian lawgiver. Contemporaneous with Poe and Abram, he was a large man of great strength and ranked as the highest spirituality of all. Morals. He reestablished the Zartharians religions in India. Okay. Yashu. Moses. And see, this is my issue here, right? Because then y'all ask, why did I bring the religion into it? I had to bring the religion into it because his book talk about the religion. His book talk about the Moses. His book talk about the Joshua. His book talk about the Abraham. I don't think it's no I don't think they talking about Brahma in the Bible though. I'm just saying. Right? But I already showed y'all what this came from. John Newborough wanted to create a new world spiritual order. I showed y'all that already. Right? This is easy work. This is why I sat here and let him get it out, let him talk. Because he thinking, oh, well, I'm going to do all of this and then he just going to try to attack and he just going to run. He ain't going, nah, bro, I know all about this Bible, bro. I know where to get this book at. How you think I know Abraham was in here, right? Yashu was in here, right? How you think I know Shaim was in here? I know this because I done been through this, bro. We done been here, right? So hence to the reader, right? This what he talking about. The earth floats in the midst of a vortex atmospheria, right? Ocean. Etherian cycle, IESU. Hey, man. I don't know about y'all, but I swear this is the word Jesus in Greek. Lord. They use the word Lord. A one-time mortal rule over the part of the people of the earth for a season. Lord God. They use the word Lord God too. So what y'all do is y'all take the religion and then y'all put your own definitions on the religious words. Yo, this is crazy work right here, bro. A one-time mortal. A one-time mortal. Next, higher than the Lord, ruler over all parts of the people on earth and the lower heavens for a season. But there's no belief that goes into this book. Thoth? Oh, nah, bro, you tripping now. Not they got Thoth or Gabriel. This right here come from the teachings of one. Thoth or Gabriel? Metatron? Founded Mohammedanism. Hey. Do I gotta show any more, family? Do I gotta show any more, family? They said these people founded Mohammedanism? This is what his book is saying. And then his book is saying it's better than the Bible. It's better than this. It's better than that. It's better than this. But yet you see it's drawing all the parallels from everything. So the fact that, hold on. So the fact that we got right here, right? Hold on. Because I don't know about y'all Hebrews, bro. So y'all gonna let the Owaspi tell y'all who Moses is? He was contemporaneous. He was contemporaneous. Was Kapila of India and Cheyenne of China, living 2,400 years after Abram. Moses was a large man, a pur immun, copper-colored and of great strength, educated as a prince by his foster father Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Where is they getting this from? So clearly, he believed in the story of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Moses and them. So how was he sitting up here saying this ain't got nothing to do? Yo, this is crazy, bro. And then now, and okay, so let me take this down. I did enough beating him up with his own book. I just want to let him know that I know. I just want to let him know that I know. So now we're going to go back to my presentation. Right? Let's go back to the presentation. Even tonight, even tonight, every time Kosmon talk, he showed me, he let me know what he do not know and what he do not understand. Right? We're going to be quick with it. We ain't going to go over everything. Right? So, once again, he did it again. He made the same fallacy. Right? Category error. False equivalence. Right? Methodological naturalism is not a subjective belief. Is a procedural constant. Empirical observation, testifiable, is able to be peer reviewed. Now, the Moses that we was just talking about in the Waspi Bible, right? The Brahma, the Abraham, the archangels, all of that can't be peer reviewed. That's not empirical. That ain't empirical. That's right there is what we call subjective belief. Right? We seen him do it again as he was talking assumptions. And just because they're making assumptions, that make them religious. And they ain't no better than the religious people because they're making assumptions. Clearly, he still don't understand the fact that a methodological assumption is different than a dogmatic assumption. Fallacy of equivalence. Right? Easy work. He let me know he got low scientific literacy because he don't even understand the Hubble, right? He swear he understands, but he's giving misinformation. Oh, the math ain't mathin'. It's work. It show it ain't in a closed system. Nobody ever argued Earth was in a closed system in the first, or the universe within a closed system in the first place. That ain't, we understand that it's expanding rapidly. What we're saying is reality. Matter of fact, let me go back up real fast because maybe he don't understand what we're saying, right? A philosophical worldview, right? Hold on, let me get in here. Let me zoom this in. Right? Worldview asserting that all phenomena can be explained by natural causes and laws. So here he want to talk about how the world is the universe is not a closed system, whether it's an open system, whether it is whether it's an open system or a closed system, it's still a part of the natural realm in which we call reality. It won't be into the category of supernatural. That's just what science does. He don't understand that. He don't understand scientific discoveries. Right? Then he making a genetic fallacy. Right? Oh, well, because Baruch Spinoza and all these people, they did this, they did that. Yeah, that don't mean that their scientific measurements wasn't objective. And last but not least, Kosmon, you still failed to show me one scientific prediction or theory that's original to Owaspy. You tried to show me the vortexual thing. We know that's not original to Owaspy. You got to find something else. And I promise you, we just went over the names and stuff. That ain't original to Owaspy. You know, I'm on the verge of calling it how I see it. You feel me? Y'all ain't got nothing that's original to y'all. Y'all philosophical background ain't nothing original. You feel me? And so, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let Omar and Kosmon back up here. We gonna close out, and I'm gonna shut it down. Come on up here, Kosmon and Omar.
Man, you was real weak for that, though.
Hey,
Cos talking to himself.
Cos, if I may, yo, humble. That was my fault that you put Cos in the back. I was the one who played that song. You know that song, Abra, Cadabra. I played that. So it's my fault that you put. I understand that you put me in the back, and that's cool. But Cos didn't deserve to get put in the back. It was me who played it, and it was me who interrupted. So Salakia, and my apologies. I'm gonna mute out.
Okay, most definitely. And my bad, Kosmon, is I just wanted to get through the thing without interrupting. I know the tactics y'all play. Listen, when this is nothing personal, we up here, we at war. I know the tactics y'all play when y'all at war. I get the bust in y'all head, y'all get to try to cut me off. Y'all don't want me, because y'all don't want me to bring out the truth. But
it ain't no tactic, bro. You just got
go ahead, Kosmon.
All right. I'm just saying, I'm talking back and forth. You dig what I'm saying? My thing is, it ain't no tactic, brother. I showed objective truth. You didn't. You gave me a bunch of feelings. You gave me subjectivity. I bombed naturalism at its roots, at its supposition, at its foundational assumption. Right? And then brought science from two different satellites to double down on that system. And then you act like you saying something different. But what everybody has noticed is that you have argued my whole points all night just to turn around and agree with them. Everybody's seen me bring up Owaspy showing you that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Science didn't even know it till 2019. Right? So you dig what I'm saying? You argue and try to twist it around like I gotta use something else. No, you're just dogmatic. Right? That the thing is, you dig what I'm saying? It don't matter if nobody like Owaspy, if they believe it or not. We're not asking you to come over here and be down. You dig what I'm saying? But what you can't do is debunk the science, because science agrees with Owaspy. But Owaspy don't agree all the time with science. That's the difference, right? So, when, go into it, right? Like I showed you, they just be disingenuous. He lied to y'all and said what he was reading was Owaspy. It's not. It's just a little booklet that I guess gives you a history on it. You could tell by the negative nature of the person who wrote the opening text. It's from Wiki, right? So, you know what I mean? And I'm sure that, with billions of religious people who have ideologies attached to Christianity and Bible or whatever, you dig what I'm talking about? They may not like Owaspy. So we got to take into account who's bringing the information and why. Do they have a motive other than just truth? You dig what I'm talking about? And one of the things that we got to bring out the fact is the methodological, naturalism, the method of it wasn't followed by Humble today. He didn't apply the method, right? He didn't make proper observations. And he got beat up, made to look foolish with that subjective psychobabble. Owaspy don't say nothing about it. And listen, and then look, it brought up Abraham and Brahma, historical characters that have been talked about in every religion, on every different part of the world. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and it gives a brand new, unheard story as a primary source for these tales. But it also lets you know, especially like people like Moses, who he was in Egypt when he was born.
Shit, I apologize.
You dig what I'm talking about? So, but they won't know that because they won't read that. You dig what I'm talking about? Or the reason they never find anything when they're looking for a mass amount of people moving into the Sinai Peninsula, because they didn't go there. And they be looking in the wrong time. So if you're looking in the wrong time, you dig what I'm talking about, for people in an area that they didn't go in, well, of course you're not going to see them. So you dig what I'm saying? It may speak about Abraham, Brahma, Iwata, and Poe, who, by the way, were contemporaries, meaning they were born at the same time. You dig what I'm saying? This ain't no spookism. Waspy not give you that. It's giving you history and science. We don't care if you believe it. Don't. It say don't. Waspy say don't believe it. So I'm not saying nothing that I've never not been able to show. So you know what I mean? I don't think truth needs any crutch. He asked for proof. I gave it to him scientifically, objectively. He tried to deny it because it debunks his idea of Owaspy being spooky or based it, especially with Owaspy's understanding of religion, which is to do good for other people. Yeah, you could see as our final outcome of Owaspy as the work being done as religious. Yeah, we go about helping people religiously, right? So if that's what the thing is, my point was, you're just as subjective as any religion. You are the pot calling the kettle black, because you can't prove scientifically, objectively, the fundamental, foundational stance of naturalism, which is a closed loop system. Don't matter if you're talking about it. I can't accommodate for your ignorance if you don't know the foundation of your stance. It's not my fault. right? Again, like P. Johnson said, P. Johnson said in this book on Darwinism on Trial, right? Let me pull it up real quick. Let me go back up here. Show you exactly what he said.
Hey, Kosmon, we closing out.
Oh, all right. I'm closing out, just closing out. You dig what I'm saying? I'm just closing out. Listen, this is from P. Johnson, Darwin on Trial, right? Page 116 and 117. Naturalism assumes the entire realm of nature to be a closed system of material causes and effects, which cannot be influenced by anything from outside, right? But this is a boundary, right? This is a rigid, unyielding dogma, not an empirical discovery, y'all, right? And this is what we got to understand, right? Philosophical naturalism forces that reality into an imaginary box, right? Called this closed loop that he calls space-time, right? It dictates as an absolute, and this is where he falls, because his naturalism gives a definitive, right? It dictates as an absolute rule that the physical universe is completely sealed system where physical events can only be caused by other physical events. It's an assumption, right? That's P. Johnson, Darwin on Trial, man. Look, man, you dig what I'm saying? If y'all really want to get into it, you dig what I'm saying? The video that he didn't show y'all, this work that I've been already put in, you dig what I'm saying, is out there. Go to Kosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. Salute to everybody out there, man. Peace to the gang, man. Love, light, balance, and Kosmon to y'all folks, man. Y'all stay low-key firing. Shout out to the bully. Shout out to Humble Mystic. It's all good. I'm still gonna teach. You dig what I'm saying? It's all good. You dig what I'm saying? One day, in the end of the day, somebody gonna debunk what I'm saying. I gave Humble, hopefully he can do this. I gave Humble the opportunity to debunk the science that Owaspy revealed to the world that the moon is actually in the Earth's atmosphere. And the Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. You dig what I'm talking about? No matter where it orbits, it's always in our atmosphere. You dig what I'm saying? So, you dig what I'm saying? We just gonna go ahead, leave up out of here on that one, man. I'm gonna leave you like I found you in love, light, and balance, man. I'm out of here, man. Peace, y'all.
All right, Brody. Is you up, Omar?
Hey, I really don't have much to say. I wanted you to bring Humble. I wanted you to bring Brother Cosmon back up for the entertainment of the conversation. I think it was a really good dialogue. I really enjoyed it. And I really don't have much to say after that. I'm gonna go ahead and drop off. Thanks to A1. Thanks to Oli, which he was supposed to be up here tonight, so we can finish, so we can address part 3 of 10. But that's okay. I'm off tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow. But respect to you, Brother Humble. Respect to my brother Cosmon. Respect to everybody. Good dialogue. I appreciated it. And I'm gonna drop off. No sweat. Love y'all, brothers.
Oh, how you already know, brother? You already know, Brother Omar. Brothers, Cosma, Omar, and I appreciate all the engagement in the comments. Hey, listen, we up here, we in wartime. You see what I'm saying? I do, even though I'm in war, I do like to give respect, you know, so I do like to give space. You see what I'm saying? And I also like to receive that same respect. If I'm giving you the respect to speakers, you know, as long as you get it out, you want to get it out, you get it out. But now when I want to get it out, you got to let me get it out. One thing about me is I pay attention. If I'm sitting, I'm waiting, and you talking, I'm definitely, if we talking to each other, I'm most definitely getting into what you're saying to get ready to rebuttal. Now, I don't know about, my brother Kosmon. That's my good brother. We've been a boy, things happen. But that's my good brother right there. But only thing I showed and he showed tonight is that he agreed with me that his stance is, or his worldview is more religious than my worldview. That's the topic of the debate, by the way, y'all. Right? I hope he didn't forget that. The topic of the debate is which worldview is closer to a religion, or WASP or naturalism. And so, as I did earlier, he did that presentation, which again, he showed that he had a lack of understanding about how science work. And then when I took, and then let me do this before I, get out of here, because he tried to say that wasn't the Owaspy Bible, bro. Nah. This is why I even took y'all here, right? So hold on. Let's go to the front of the page. Let's go to the page. So y'all know I ain't bull crap about this being by John Bailey Newberg. He said this wasn't Owaspy. This was the Owaspy. Right? This the guy that made the Owaspy thing. And so when I showed up and I showed him this, he had no choice but to say, okay, well, if you want to say we intermingle with the religions a little bit, we intermingle. No. The whole point and the reason it go back to our debate, our initial debate that we're going to have in the tournament, whose worldview is more religious, mine's or yours? And this right here cracked open the big it cracked open the big hole in the wall to whose worldview is more religious. You see what I'm saying? All of that you won't see in my world. There is no archangels, none of this. There ain't none of that. Brahma, Abraham, Moses. We ain't doing that in my worldview, right? We're trying to get to the root of what life is, right? What existence is. Right? What's the best way to function in this thing we call existence? So, also, I didn't do it this time. Tuesday I might get into it. A lot of people like, oh, well, Humble, why are you a naturalist? Because the people that look like me were naturalists in history, right? My forefathers, our ancestors were naturalists. I'm not about to be up here clinging to a worldview that when I look at the culture of how it's set up, it's not set up for me to win. I left that worldview when I left Christianity. And so the reason I'm a naturalist is because number one is practical, right? Everything we do is a form of naturalistic science. Number two, once again, is cultural. When I look back in history and I want to know, okay, if I ever went through an identity crisis and I needed something to cling to, who could I go back and who could I cling to? It wouldn't be the Greeks and the Romans. It surely wouldn't be them. It wouldn't be the people in the Levant. It surely wouldn't be them. It would only help me to get to the people of this land or the people, of the African land. And when I do, their cultures isn't the Bible. It isn't the Quran. It isn't Owaspy. It isn't none of these. They looked at the world and they figured out through trial and error, through natural applied, as in the quote of proto-science, to figure out what this thing is we call life. And so I'm gonna lead off with I know, listen, I can see now, and I seen what happened tonight. You know, I was outmatched. Not outmatched. I don't want to say that. What I mean is outnumbered. Right? I see y'all down there, y'all talking about, oh, well, you know, Humble, I don't agree with him, but he got you. I don't agree with him, but he got you. And I'm still looking here like, y'all are terrible. It's okay, because y'all are the believers who say y'all not religious, but y'all believers. And so while y'all don't believe in, you know, Owaspy, y'all do believe in something. And because y'all see God there, y'all say, oh, snaps, we got to ride with the God. Because at least he believes something. And so I get that. But I do want to say, objectively, right? You know, one of my brothers, Quantum or A1, come back and look at this video, and they actually go do their breakdown on this video. They're gonna be like, yo, that was amazing, Humble. You really beat that man across the head. And the funny thing about Kosmon was he kept making the same points all night. He made the same points that he made in his slide, which I just called out all the fallacies. And he just kept making the fallacies over and over and over and over and over again. And it's like, yo, when are you going to become scientifically literate enough to realize you keep running into the same fallacy? You ain't even trying to bring no new argument. Naturalism still assumes. Yeah, but are you going to or are you going to shift away from naturalism assuming because you know that dealing with naturalism assuming, the assumptions in naturalism are different than the assumptions in dogmatic life. You can't keep smashing them together after I just showed you how they were different. That's not how this works. I know intellectual people are not going to fall for that. They're like, wait a minute, hey, now, hold on. You keep saying they're the same, but he just showed us how they were different. What kind of Houdini trick you trying to do here? You see what I'm saying? So, with that, man, I had fun. I appreciate you, Kosmon. I appreciate you, Omar. I appreciate you, he was up here earlier. My man, Kazad. I appreciate you, Kazad. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. We see you down there, Issa. We appreciate you down there. Who else down here? Shout out to Kosmon. Shout out to Smash. We see you, Smash. We see you, Smash. Smash was on the panel as well. Thank you for your support, Michigan. You know you always come through and support, so I always appreciate you. Who else we have in the comments before I go? Max, thank you for coming through. Max, thank you for coming through. We appreciate you. Who else? I appreciate y'all being active in them comments too, y'all. I really do appreciate y'all. And with that, man, I'm going to run this ad, and then after this ad, I'm out, y'all.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning.